future is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, a very warm welcome along to our coverage of eRacing GP. Des Corker alongside Victor Ang, taking you through the next 4 hours. We're on Season 6, race day number 4 of the endurance edition of eRacing GP. And Victor, it gets bigger and better. Year on year, we've got close to 50 GT3 competitors today.
Yeah, we're close to that actually, and it's been an incredible. The level of participation we're having this season has been looking like a record breaker, isn't it, for the season itself? But yeah, it's great to have you guys all back once more. We're going to be going for another 4-hour endurance edition here. This is the penultimate round of our season so far, and boy, it's going to be quite a catch-up, I think, for you especially.
It is. I mean, I dip in once in a while just to see how you guys are getting on, and time after time after time, it's bigger, it's better, it's brighter. Far more races this time. Very complex as well, because you've got the pros, the silver, and the amateurs. That can, I think, lead to some very competitive and maybe difficult racing, particularly if it's a wet race.
If it's a wet race and it's also a narrow track like Imola itself, that's a recipe for drama, as it were, isn't it? So yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and give you guys the roundup of how things have been so far in 2025 for us at the Endurance Edition. We started out the first round in Barcelona, we went to Valencia in the second round, and we went to Paul Ricard in our previous edition. Now we're here at Imola, where we're going to be running another 4-hour endurance race.
Yeah, Spa will be a great place to end the season, but Imola has its challenges as well. Some of the most famous turns in the world. Tamburello, of course, for many reasons. Villeneuve, one of my favorites, Aqua Minerale. You come into that right, and so many incidents can happen there, particularly if it's a congested field.
Exactly. It's also like one, for me, the toughest part of doing a hot lap in the sim when it comes to Imola. But we're going to be seeing all these guys really just push the limit, as it were, later on as we get to actual motor racing. So as we get to the as we are getting ourselves ready for the racing, we're gonna give you guys a little bit of a flashback to what happened in the previous round. So enjoy the highlights.
Get them underway, and there we go. Green flag, we're off here for the third round of the season, and it looks as though it's a good start.
Kind of missed out on the opportunity.
Whoa!
Not true! Couple of cars going way off there.
We thought he was going to get a good run around the outside of Pratama. He, oh no, put it behind!
No.
Another accident!
Attempting to get inside, but not quite finding the space there. Gets caught up in a bit of a sandwich. He attempts to get his way through the chicane, but still is able to get through unscathed. Peeking on the inside, looks like he tried to make a move maybe. Well, let's see. Got a little bit close here. And indeed, it did come together. Lucas Key ran into the back of a leaf. That's going to be controversial for sure. for the car number 113.
Oh!
There's an incident in front, and they got unfortunately collected. That incident is trying to close that gap, trying to find the inside, having the peek on the inside now. Aiden moves in and swoops in for the kill and does get it confirmed.
And now Abler might actually come in as well. Vernon Abler coming at the back. Can he get him? No, he just can't. And Hutama closes the door right in his face.
Tires over time.
Yeah, glad you pointed that out. Actually, there's a reason why. Oh no! Oh, that's our race leader.
Yes.
That's Nakeem getting hit. Nakeem has actually been hit by Asher. Luckily, we stayed on him, and Nakeem returns the favor. Wow!
Nothing much happened. So I'm really expecting now that it's been the third hour where most of us.
Well, speaking of something happening, there it is. He's going back for immediate retaliation.
Well, he is smiling. He is smiling. Oh, that is a close one. That is.
Whoa! Look at that!
Oh, whoa, two cars spun out.
Yeah, Feldman.
Oh! And that's an exit, which is quite an unfortunate event. But now Mark Feldman is trying his best,
Oh, that's another one!
And a slide, and boom, that's another Lexus. That's a good, I would say that's a good achievement for me so far. Oh, now as we can see, everyone is going through the straights here, with the Austin team trying to overpass the LOR. It's going to be, that's a bit scary moment there. Will anything happen?
Yeah, Slade trying to slide it on the inside. Does he make it? Yes, he does. He outfoxes Enzo Isan. Isan ran a bit wide there, but then Isan fights back at Labuse with a cut, with a switchback, and just nudges Slade out of the way. Kafil Slade will no doubt not be happy about that. But then Isan, well, that's common courtesy. That's rare to see that he immediately gives the position back. And no doubt that will definitely be one to look at in the future for drivers if they were to be in a collision. At least you want to give the position back so that you can avoid a penalty. So this is just going neck and neck here between two front-engine rear-wheel drive cars side by side up the Mistral Straight into scene. And look at that, Mulyono committed on the inside, Fatarama on the outside, and Fatarama wins out in that particular battle.
Will Hammond is taking on the inside with a higher top speed than the Aston. Will anything happen? Oh, that's a big goes! There he goes! Will Hammond spun out after having a collision.
Sometimes, luck just having to be an important factor here.
Whoa!
Slide! Keeps it under control, though. No pressure at all. He got Ustira.
Ustira goes up and takes one out of the car! Would you believe it? Just as you said, he had no pressure. He'll try to move around the outside. Can he try to do it? Here he comes now, up to scene on the Mistral Straight. Side by side they go. They were about thousandths of a second last time around. And once again, he spins around the outside and takes the position. But can Slade fight back? Not this time. Yeah, indeed. And was about to... Oh, that's a big slide! Big slide from Slade!
Amiro 9 on the outside. 9 goes for the wide move here. This time keeping it 9. But he still touches on the inside. The Slade was still on the racing line. Nevertheless, the two of them continue to roll on here. Amiro 9 rejoins the track.
But that's a very close one. Alistair looking at the Aston, and then the LOR team be like, "Oh, excuse me, let me take these two 2-for-1 deal. Let me take a 2-for-1 deal, please."
Another place, or maybe he might want to try the inside here, coming out to Le Bouzet. He's on the inside. He goes for it, and does he make it? Yes, he does. Yudhishthira didn't put up much of a fight. Back-to-back wins for Amigos Racing Team, with Tazbe now bringing it home in an amazing strategy. Would you believe that? A great recovery drive that makes it 2 in a row to really cement themselves up in front of the Pro Class Championship.
Nabil Aslan will be coming in to take the checkered flag for second place, confirms it on the line. Imran Ryan should be falling behind him.
Championship winners so far in these, well, we've had 5 completed years. Stratos Motorsports, second in the championship this year. They were winners in 2020. Laundry House, I remember them very well from 2021. JMX Phantom in 22. Amigos Racing Team, current leaders in 23. Legion of Racers in 24. That is quite a list of very, very competitive teams there.
And they're still competitive even this season itself, because both Amigos and Legion of Racers are amongst the top 3 in the Pro class right now, and there's certainly a huge opportunity for one of these guys to be a double champion in this season itself. So we'll be waiting with bated breath, see what's going to happen with that.
Strong team, Tazbeh, Alif and Russell Reyes. That's a very strong team. They're leading the pro. The Bruneians, they've been working so hard. Ahmed Juzmin, Adib, Amrul, Naeem and Nathan Monks will add a certain je ne sais quoi. And then in the amateurs, Team Uncle Evo, car number 23, Aidan Tan, Drayden Lur, Will Hammond leading. But the amateurs have got to be careful. They've got to be aware of what the silver and the pro guys are doing. And so they've got to have eyes in the back of their head as well as on the front of the road.
Exactly. I mean, the amateur class has so far been one of the bigger entry lists that we have here inside of our endurance edition. So even from the previous rounds as well, certainly coming together a lot due to the lapped cars coming into play. Here are the standings for the Pro Championship so far. Amigos Racing leading at 72 points, a whole country mile ahead of Stratos Motorsports, which only had 47 points to their name. Although I do have to put a caveat that this is points before we do the drop rounds.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Apex Racing on 45 points. Amigos, so that 72 points looks great, but yeah, things can change dramatically. Leading racers there. PG Tow Racing, they've got 29 points. That's good for the Malaysian guys. The Bangladeshis of GSR International, 22 points for them, level with Subsector. And Islandeer Fishing Company, brand new one for me. Looking forward to seeing their livery. Eva Racing on 15 points and MP RGP Subsector, the second car for them, on 8 points. Good to see some new names coming in. In the silver, Apex are leading the way as well, but some new teams for me here, Victor.
Yeah, Bigo X Y Lab have been regular actually so far in this season and last, but this time around looks like they're doing so much better here, hitting second overall here after round 3. MPRGP Subsector 2 in the third position there with 42 points, only one behind Bigo Y Lab themselves. Red Pack Asia makes it up into fourth here ahead of LOR Ascend, the sister team to the pro class Legion of Racers team. Then we got Pepega Susu Ice ahead of Blue Flag Enjoyer. Then we got Aus Team Racing, one of the standouts from last round, so far sitting on the 8th on the standings here for the silver class. ECU Racing in 9th, and Pepega Maggie Milo.
Fantastic name, fantastic lad. Team Uncle Evo are leading the amateurs, 54 points, 11 clear of Apex, car number 393, Bigo and eMotorsport Academy, 33 and 25 respectively. Again, some decent teams, lots of young racers getting involved here. Great to see them in endurance. 4 hours is a real test of concentration and strategy and tactics, depending on how many drivers you've got in the team. Great learning curve for these amateur racers.
Indeed, and even for the guys at the very top, we've seen varieties of strategies and how they play out very differently, you know, from round to round. A lot of that wins that even teams like Amigos Racing or Stratos or even Team Uncle Evo, that really just boils down to how well they manage strategy during the race itself. So that's all why it's so important to ensure that, you know, you already have a good game plan coming into this race.
Confirmation, it's 60% maximum time in the seat for any one racer.
Yeah, 60.
Any more than 60% and you run into problems. If you've got 4 drivers, gosh, how do you split that? That's at least 3 changes.
Indeed it is. I mean, either, you know, you could have just a situational swap, I suppose, or just have more of like a driver in reserve, so in case like one driver can show up, then you have another driver, you know, on standby, etc. But it's really up to the teams. Like we give them basically the freedom to determine how exactly they want to play out their races, and in the end of the day, it's, you know, it's about who's going to be taking that checker flag first. So it's all about that goal there.
It is all about that goal, but that goal is a long way away for our racers, and particularly in the wet. Well, loving the graphics, by the way. They improve year on year, but if it's in the wet, a specific kind of drive is required. Is it a wet race? Are they going to take the wet tyres? I suspect they will. Will anyone gamble?
We'll have to see. I mean, as of right now, we are looking at another 7 minutes and 45 seconds of qualifying here. What you're seeing right now is the current lap times that we're that's on the session here. Off that, Marino Pratama, he has actually been setting some really good times in the wet, even during practice early on. It's great to see that he's still up on the top here of a time of 146.120, only a tenth of a second, or just a bit more than that, ahead of Lucas Keys.
Yeah, car 189 is leading the way.
Yeah, as we are seeing Keys' perspective here. Yeah, okay. Now we have the proper graphics up on here together with the broadcast map. So here,
I love that livery, by the way. I know you were complaining it's too black, but no, give me that black anyway. It's evil. It's considered. Loving that very much indeed. Car 105.
yeah, giving that the Dale Earnhardt number 3, although the car number 711 here. So hopefully really quick to the trip to store. Hopefully for Lucas Keys in the future.
Indeed. Well, Keys, and then Nakib Aslan from Stratos Motorsports, second at the moment. It's noticeable to me that a lot of the experienced guys are still up at the top of the standings. They are still setting the standards that others have got to match.
Exactly. I mean, these guys have been fast all season long, actually. So it's not going to be too surprising to me to see them really all the way up on the top of the board here. I mean, Lucas Keys, Pratama, Nakib Aslan, then Muhammad Tasbi, Iman Ryan also getting himself into the top 5 on a Lexus, no less. Just only less than 50 milliseconds behind Muhammad Tasbi himself. So that Lexus really does seem to be quite good, actually, here at Imola, even in the wet.
146.667 the time, as you say, just 5/10 down. Iman Ryan, Apex Racing Brunei. Again, loving the livery.
A lot of tribute liveries here. I mean, if I could pull up maybe, yeah, Uncle Evo. What does that remind you of?
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Gosh, are you that old? Wow.
Well, it's I mean, it's an iconic livery.
It certainly is. But that's 80s stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's the 80s or actually
70s,
early
yeah.
90s.
Early 90s, you reckon?
Yeah, up to the early 90s, they still use that in F1.
Making me feel old, or is that just a nod back to us? Okay, then Monks in car 363. What are we now? Monks is 10th at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's actually 4th right now in the silver class in terms of timing here. Of that, Iman Ryan, of course, is the one that's fastest off the AM class right now. Of course, Team Uncle Evo still seeming to be the team to beat right now amongst the amateurs here. And Idatan is keeping himself very much heads and shoulders above of where Shadani is, who currently is just having a little break in the pits right now. There's still another 4.5 minutes to go, so certainly another opportunity for them to do another run if they want to try to beat Aiden's time. But still second place in the AM class here. I think there's definitely a lot of options for them to do strategically during our 4-hour race.
Top right of your screen, we're seeing that rain is expected for at least the next 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and it's heavy rain as well. So I think the start of Paul Ricard, there were so many incidents inside the first 3 laps. We could be on for something similar here as the cars slide around. Lovely shot of Lucas Keys coming up the hill.
Yeah, I was hoping to be able to see what the visibility would be like, because again, this is a very wet qualifying session here. I expect that the race will also have rain, or at the very least changeable weather. I wonder how much that how that will affect the visibility out here on Imola. Now, granted, these are GT3 cars, so they don't exactly have as big of a spray compared to the open wheelers, but still, once you have all these cars bunched up,
if there's traffic, it's a
Exactly.
completely different thing. He's got open track in front of him at the moment.
Yeah.
He's just coming up to some back markers now, and this will give us a better idea of what you were talking about, what kind of visibility issues he might face.
yeah, but so far seems to be haven't quite affected him at all. It's already lapping under the 146s here, almost 0.2 of a second down from that, at 145.837. So wow, it's incredibly fast here for the driver in the Aston Martin.
That is an impressive drive. The RGP team, Lucas Keys, in the black livery. And he's moving away from the guys behind him. Certainly hitting well. Pratama at the moment a 147.462, so 1.6 seconds down. Keys has aborted his last lap. It actually wasn't as impressive as it looked. It was a 152 final lap. Nakib Aslan as we come into the final 2:30 of qualification.
Yeah, so right now, I think closest one to challenge Iman Ryan for that silver class lead here is Ferdi Ramadan from Bigo XY Lab. This is like a collaborative team, I believe, like 2 different organizations actually collaborating together to participate here in Endurance Edition. So great to see that level of like mixing, cooperation and mixing around amongst our driver community here, which is always a great thing to see here.
Somebody was off. I think it was Ryan was off the side. You're the steerer. He's off the side as well.
I think Imola Ryan is still in the running there. There's definitely a few cars that seem to have stopped on the side of the track, perhaps just waiting for either clear track or perhaps waiting for a teleport to the pits. Right now, fastest Mustang on the track here is number 7 on our timing tower here. Or, whoa, just moved itself all the way up to P4 there. Does Dafan Nabiel from Java Sim Esports.
146.545. The fastest is, what is the fastest? 145. We got that 145 time, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, that's from Lucas Keys.
So that is outstanding. That's the only guy inside 145. He's 3/10 quicker than Pratama.
Indeed he is. That's crazy, especially considering how much Pratama has been pushing and stayed on the top of the leaderboard when it came to practice early on. Seems like Lucas Keys has actually got him very nicely here. With 1 minute left inside qualifying, we can still see Pratama out on the track here trying to best his own time to hopefully regain that pole position, which does earn you bonus points as well. So that could be very crucial here for the LOR team.
He's looking very, very focused, Moreno Pratama. As Nakib Aslan looks chilled as ever. The coolest dude in a car. Tell you, he knows when the zoom camera's on him, doesn't he?
I mean, come on, the guy has like very much earned that confidence.
True, absolutely. It wasn't a criticism, it was a compliment of the highest kind.
Yeah. So let's see what's going on with the silver class here. Breno Ellis from Aus Team Racing makes it up to the top 3 off the silver class now with a time of 146.827.
Yeah, you were impressed with them last time out, weren't you, Paul Ricard? This team, Aus Team Racing. They could be an awkward one for those up at the top.
For sure, especially given that he is going to be ahead again of Team Uncle Evo. I think that, if I recall correctly, they did come together during the start in the last round. So we'll see how this is going to shape up for them, as we are already seeing the checkered flag come out for the end of qualifying now. So this is literally going to be the final runs for everybody who is still on track. Lucas Keys is still about halfway towards the end of the sector now. Pratama as well is just only came out of sector 2, so he's going to be on for another.
Let's stick with Pratama if we can, just to see where he is. And talk us through a flying lap. We haven't seen the second half of this.
Yeah, so he's just come past, what was that? Aquamarine Minerali right about now. This is going to be a bit of a longer, as I switch over to, let's see, Bonnet. Yeah, there we go. The proper view here. Just came out of chicane. Now it's going to be a bit of a left-hander here. Just got to keep it nice into the dry part of the track here. As you can see, there's a bit of a dry line going on here. So drivers certainly want to use that in order to maximize the grip. Bit of a hard brake here as we turn around. We've got to watch out for the car attempting to join in from the outside there, but Moreno still sticks to his line, still keeping it very nice and tidy. Coming around here, this is going to be towards the start-finish line. He's going to come across. So last time around, he was only about 3/10 down from Lucas Keys. He's going to be able to improve. No, he does not. It's only a 146.582 on that lap, so not enough to even improve on his own personal best here.
Good flying lap there. Victor Ang with the knowledge. Super circuit Imola, of course.
Yeah.
Historic, famous corners, and that little bit of extra jeopardy with the wet weather today. And it was interesting, once the amateurs were coming in onto Moreno Pratama, the amateurs have got to have eyes in the back of their head. They've got to look out. They've got to be aware.
Yeah, so spatial awareness really needs to be at your best, really. Like, you have to be super focused, especially during the start of this race, and even throughout the race when you're going to be even passing people on the track like Imola, where it's not only going to be quite tight, but if the weather continues to be this wet, it's going to be very, very tricky to even make a simple move out here.
I love the wet weather.
Yeah.
I love it. It makes. I know the drivers will hate it because it pulls in new variables. But no. For the spectator, for those of you who are watching the stream at home, wet weather for all of us.
It's the great equalizer, isn't it? Like when you're driving in the wet, where the grip level is not at its optimal, it's really down to how ballsy you are as a driver, like how much you really want to push the limit of your tire's grip, but also like how brave you're going to be if you want to actually make the move stick, right?
And the tyre gamble. If you've only got maybe 10 minutes worth of wet weather coming, do you actually go on normal tyres and avoid the pit stop? Or I love it. I love it.
Yeah, especially even in the previous rounds with dry weather already, strategy determined everything, right? So on a wet weather like this, it's even more unpredictable. You know, you're gonna have to, hedge your bets. Depending on where you want to stand, when the water hits or when it doesn't.
We are in round 4 of the season of the Endurance eRacing GP. Victor Ang alongside Des Corkill to talk us through the next 4 hours. We've got some guest commentators coming on from the Philippines. We've got Gino, and also later on we've got Rio joining us, and Victor and I will be topping and tailing the coverage for today. And it's a key one in terms of the season. It'll give us a real idea on what is going to happen coming into the final round, which is going to take place at Spa-Francorchamps, my favourites. And right then, we are 2 minutes away from the start of the race.
Indeed we are. Everyone's going to be very excited to see how things will turn out here. Let's have a look here on the spotter's guide. Here you're going to be able to see what the different liveries are for the different teams, and you can get to see also the variety of entries that we have here. All the way from not just Malaysia, we got drivers from Bangladesh, we got drivers from Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines. It's basically a huge Southeast Asian party going on here in the EE.
The Ferraris, the favourite cars. The Mustangs are there. Some liveries of real recognition. Some not quite sure about. Auto Gaming Rebels. That's an interesting one. And then you've got the CMSC Red in the McLarens. Let's see how the McLarens go. The Lamborghini for VN Motorsports. The Huracan, that's Bardia Nick, who's always doing well in eRacing Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Aston Martin.
Aston Martins. Oh.
Is it just the one Aston Martin in this group?
I believe there's a few. There's more than a few Aston Martins actually in the entry list, and spread out across the different classes here. But those are some very, very beautiful looking machines indeed. I mean, for me, it's like that, and as well as the AMG GT3s. Those are that still remains one of my favorite GT3 cars of all time here. Here you can see Aus Team Racing using the gold and green livery.
I saw the Buster colour there as well. Love that one.
Yeah, there's even some teams that actually have real world sponsorships that they feature in the livery. Like I was thinking of the one team that had a sponsorship from KK Mart.
Okay.
So they actually had the KK Mart logo very prominently placed. What Motorsport has the Mr. DIY sponsorship right on there with the panda.
Hey, 5 seconds to go. 5 seconds to the start of this 4-hour endurance race. We are at Imola.
Yeah. Going to be going for a formation lap right now, all the drivers here. So one last chance for them to go ahead and recce the track conditions right now, because it looks like it is going to be a wet start. In fact, it's going to continue raining for 15 minutes at least for the beginning of our Endurance Edition round 4. So it seems like that visibility that I was worried about, that's going to be...
That's the shot. That's exactly the shot you were trying to find on the flying lap earlier on before, weren't you?
Yeah,
that does make a big difference.
Indeed, it will. Let's see, like from the driver's perspective here. Yeah, it's like you're just gonna see the mist all around, especially going to the Tamburello. It's gonna be very, very nerve-wracking if you're gonna be in that driver's seat. That's for sure.
Incidents galore, and in the dry, Paul Ricard in the opening 2-3 laps. We just saw the highlights earlier on, and there was a lot of spinning. There was a lot of comings together. If you don't get off to a good start here, you are in danger of getting caught up in traffic, and it's going to be difficult to get through that traffic here. It looks nice and clear there, looks nice and serene from the helicopter view. but yeah, you're not quite seeing the detail on the helicopter view, are you?
Not exactly. I mean, it's the best seat in the house, but that's with reason. You get a way better view of everyone out on track here. But once you're down on the ground, it's really down in the dirt, or rather in the mist, as it were, out here at Imola.
Hopefully not in the dirt.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
That's bad. Although there are a couple of corners where we've seen the drivers slide off. Down a corner at Rivazza, we've seen a couple sliding off, just not being able to get hold of it in qualification. We're on the formation lap ahead of the 4-hour endurance race. Round 4 of the season. That's better. If you've got
Yeah.
Free track in front of you, that's fine.
Yeah, again, like Lucas Keys for getting that pole position means that he has the prime position, having no mist or no spray to worry about during the start. That's provided if Moreno Pratama doesn't beat him to Tamburello first. But that really is the privilege, you know, starting ahead of the grid here. So they're now coming around towards the final chicane, Variante Alta. We also got Nakib Aslan, who's going to be just behind Pratama as well. Two of these guys are in fighting head-to-head in that championship. I think Lucas Keys is looking to try to be a spoiler in that little battle going on. Then we, of course, got the Mustang of Dafa Nabiel, also just hanging around just outside of the podium here. So he's definitely going to be another one to watch out for.
Okay, they are bunching up. And if I'm Lucas Keys, I get them as bunched as I possibly can, so I can accelerate away and leave the rest eating water, drinking water.
Drinking water. Yeah, they're definitely not going to be too worried about hydration right about now. In fact, it's going to be a very hydrated race for the next 15 minutes or so as the drivers line up now to abreast. Getting themselves psyched up now for the start of this race. It's going to be 4 hours of motor racing here, Des, as we are kicking off now our 4th round of the Endurance Editions. Lucas Keys and Moreno Pratama in that front row. Let's go ahead and see how they will start. So now the thing is that Luis Moreno has a huge opportunity here. If he can just cut around the outside Lucas Keys and beat him to Tamburello, he's going to be one getting into the lead, but not if Lucas Keys beats him there first. So across the line they go. Waiting for everyone to get themselves in position here. Onto the control line, and it's green flag, and go, go, go. Lucas Keys getting a good start there. Moreno Pratama actually losing out to Nakib Aslan as we approach Tamburello right now. Lucas Keys is unopposed here in the lead. Nakib Aslan does get the overtake onto Moreno Pratama, so that's P2 now for Stratos Motorsport. Dafa Nabiel has to hang out behind here, having to defend against Mohamed Tasbi, who's looking to find a way past the Ford Mustang right now. Still is attempting to find a way around the inside as we come around now closer and closer to Tosa. Getting a little bit bunched up right now, but still it's going to be Tasbe tucking it behind that Mustang while Lucas Keys sails off into the distance.
Perfect from Lucas Keys, absolutely perfect. He slowed it down. That put Pratama off, I feel. Nakib was very, very quick to get involved. Behind them, Hammond is coming through in car number 23. As just behind them, Wafri in 24.
And Abe Sakura, he actually gets the inside move into Wafri that time around, snatching away the position for him, while Hammond is definitely going to be feeling relieved that a bit more that pressure has been taken off his back right now, allowing him to continue to lead the AM class here for Team Uncle Evo.
Okay, yeah, reminder, we do have a Pro, Silver and Amateur class. The leader in the Pro is 711, Lucas Keys. The leader in the Silver is Ramadan, car 351. Who was just behind Tasbe. Tasbe goes through there. Ramadan is there, the car number 27. He's the leader in the next class.
Yeah, he's able to get himself a nice gap between himself and Breno Ellis, who right now is trying to hold off Hammond just behind him, although Hammond is in a different class right now, so if anything, Breno Ellis will be more focused on the fight. It's just ahead of him, the driver who's currently leading the silver class, as it were. In the meantime, Wafri looks like he's managed to get past Shazwan Shafiq. That's a driver from the silver class here, while Wafri himself is inside the amateur class. Abisekera, car number 888, pretty much in a world of his own right now, quite clear
Great
of any
number,
other cars
Great
around
number.
him. Indeed.
There is Abisekera going through, looking quite sedate at the time for CMSC Lions in the amateur class. Second in the amateur class, half a second down on Hammond. But Abisekera, we focused a lot on him. He's looking very neat and tidy in the bits and pieces we've seen in qualification and in practice earlier on.
So really been doing quite well, especially in that class. One of the guys who's definitely in a traffic jam of his own here. Nafal Afid got 2 cars ahead of him and 2 cars behind. You can see the concertina effect really bearing onto Afif here as he's attempting to try to keep his car under control through the corners. Looking like it's going to be a very tricky one, especially under these conditions, isn't it, Des?
Well, yeah, although I'm surprised how disciplined it has been. I was expecting a little bit of carnage on this opening lap. Instead, everybody has been very circumspect It's a nice little line, and I think people are just saying, okay, we've got 4 hours. Maybe it didn't get the best start, or maybe got a decent start, but let's sort things out as we are on board with now for Lafif.
Yeah, ooh, that's a nice one there. Attempting to go around the outside, Ethan Lowe, who had to take a bit of a tight line through the chicane there, a little bit slow in the exit, but now for Lafif is not able to exploit that in any way so far as Ethan Lowe. Ooh, just really keeping his car as wide as possible here on Imola. Now breaking hard into this the final couple of turns before we get the straight. Ethan's a little bit slow on that turn though.
Remember, he's the pro class, Ethan, and he's being put under pressure by the amateur. Afif, that's good work from Afif.
Yeah, it's good on him actually, trying to keep himself out of trouble there, and good response as well. But yeah, Ethan Lowe is actually very much a fish out of water, pardon the pun, because he's in a pro class, but he's surrounded by AM class drivers all around him, and Tasbi is literally 12 or a bit seconds all the way ahead here, so he's got a lot to catch up here.
Certainly is. You can't win races. Oh, we've got our first incident.
Yep. That's an incident, and right in the back there, I think that could be Santoso from Bigo Racing Division involved in that, and that is also Adam Harif, I believe, is also affected in that as well.
Back up on board. Ethan Lowe, once again, back to him. You're quite right. He's losing an awful lot of time on Mohammed Tasbi.
Yeah, he is. I mean, again, it's partly because of traffic, and also like having to defend against early on. Afif, I think he's already got past the car just ahead of him, which was Mateen. Ooh, I believe it. Well, actually, he's actually
Mateen's got ahead of Afif, yeah.
Yeah, he's actually got ahead of Afif now, so that's allowed Ethan Lowe a bit of breathing room here. So perhaps to allow him to focus his race. I think one reason perhaps that a lot of drivers are more careful at its early stages, that they know passing on track is going to be quite hard here, especially in these conditions. So I think they rather like reserve a lot more of that energy, as it were, for the actual pit racing strategy here.
Absolutely.
So they're more looking at that long term here rather than trying to get those short gains.
It's easy to say that. I just saw his he's on the bacon wonton.
Yeah.
Oh, and he slides away a little bit too much butter on that bacon.
You use butter with bacon? Just normally.
Absolutely. Good,
oh wow.
Good bacon butty.
I've never tried that actually. I just mostly fried them in oil essentially.
Oh, it's one of the things I miss about living in Malaysia. Good bacon butty.
Oh wow. Anyways, looks like Tasbi has already caught up to Dafa and Nabil. I mean, well, actually, he's been behind him for a very long time. If anything, I think could be more that Nabil is holding him back somewhat, because the gap between him and Pratama seems to have gotten much wider here. 5 seconds, I think, it's between... oh, sorry, that's 5 seconds to the leader right now.
Yeah.
2.3 seconds to Pratama here, so that's actually gotten a bit wider. Not by too much, but for Tasbi, being stuck behind Nabil is just going to hurt him in the long run, I believe.
You think Tasbi is being held up by Nabil, or whether or not they're both just struggling a little bit in the wet?
Could be a bit of both, to be fair, but knowing that Tasbi's championship fight is with Nakib as well as Pratama, he would definitely want to be closer with them in this early stage here.
Yeah, you're right. He's pressing now on Nabil. Really asking the questions from Nabil. Looks on the inside. Circuit's still a little bit wet there. No way to go through the chicane. Just have to rethink. Get a good drive out of the chicane. Not close enough this time to get on the back of Nabil.
Yes, again, very, very hard to pass here on Imola. One, because of how narrow the track is, and generally it's very few like sections where it's slow. I think the slowest part is only Tosa, and that's all the way down to the western or eastern tip of the circuit here. Tasbi, though, he's getting a nice draft onto Dafa. As we get into the straight, he's gonna take a very narrow turn there, but again, that's around the outside of this this right-hand bender. Now it switches to the left-hand side, and it's still Dafa Nabil on the inside coming towards Tamburello. So Tasbi is still left out on the lurch and still not able to find a gap here.
A lot of swinging though from Nabil. He's under pressure. I think Tasbi is relying upon Nabil making a mistake, being under the pressure. He has another look on the inside. Nabil's got every right to hold that line, which is exactly what he does. He's the man who goes through, and Tasbi is clearly frustrated behind Nabil.
Yeah, again, still, there's no gap to exploit. The track is just so narrow then, and because of the rain as well, you don't want to be stepping off of the racing line too much, because you'll still get not enough grip really to actually push a car around. So it's just really stuck in a rock and a hard place here for Tasbe. The longer he stays behind Dafa, the further and further away he's going to get from both Moreno Pratama as well as Nakib Aslan.
Yeah, you're quite right. That gap has gone up to 3 seconds between Pratama and Nabil. Tasbe just having to be patient at the moment. It is 4 hours, but already we are approaching the 10-minute mark.
Yep. As we have a look in the midfield, I thought I saw some cars come together there, particularly around a fifth, but that seems to have been sorted out already with the cars very much having 1 second gaps between each other.
Harith and Hatta further down, we've got an incident.
Yeah, a very bad one here. I think Harith had a crash earlier on, and now he's stuck on the track, had to wait for a good moment to get past there. Thankfully, he managed to get through without collecting anyone.
Absolutely. Gosh, he was lucky then. There was some evasive action going around Harith. He's the one who's provided the highlights for us so far. As Optimum Motorsport, Chevron with Tarana. In the amateur division.
Also into the dirt there as he attempted to get a pass. Predator P. Patong. Try to say that twice as fast. Tandem Bong is able to get into the inside of Santoso. So, yeah, another driver who came together, Adam Harif, you remember a few laps ago, still struggling out on track here.
Conditions still wet. Temperature, track temperature is 30 degrees. Not much wind, but another 15 minutes of rain for them to negotiate. Ramadan is leading the way ahead of Breno Ellis. That's a good battle. Behind them, Hammond is the best of the amateurs, and he's putting Ellis under real pressure. And this is an impressive performance by the Ferrari of Hammond. You said you thought the Ferraris would go well here at Imola.
Yeah, I mean, well, partly because it's the Italian cars on an Italian track, but also the Ferraris have been pretty much the car of choice for a lot of the fast drivers so far in this season. So it's no surprise to see that a lot of Ferraris still grace the top 10 here. And the fact that Hammond and Ellis are both running Ferraris is going to make this battle quite a tight one here, I fear.
Ellis just holding on at the moment. He can't get much closer to Ramadan.
Yeah, I know. Tasbe, I think, was trying to make the move onto Nabil just off camera there. Didn't quite make it stick, though, as Nabil still remains in front.
Well, while that's going on, Ramadan has closed in on those two. Although he's in a different class, he's been able to close in on Tasbe, who you can almost feel the frustration. You can almost hear it thumping out of that car.
Yeah, because lap by lap, Tasbe is just losing out time here to Pratama. And speaking of Pratama, he's already gotten past Nabil Aslan here.
And we're coming up to a back marker as well, just to confuse matters even more. So, Pratama's gone past Aslan. Good call, sorry. I was listening, but I wasn't listening, and now I'm heard. Yeah, that's a big move. Moreno Pratama up into P2.
Yeah, they weren't even that close. I think maybe just failure to negotiate a pass there with Hutama, who apparently was the car that was passed by both of them. Perhaps might have affected Nakib Aslan there. So, well, he's going to have to stay behind Pratama for now, as Breno Ellis
got past Ramadan.
Got past Ramadan, is now in the lead for silver.
Okay, and they're right on the back of Tasbe, who hasn't been able to get the better of Nabil. As they come through, Nabil is holding up traffic. There's Nabil.
Pretty much. I mean, lap after lap, he's lapping into 148s, at least in the last one. While Tasbe literally had to go off track, he actually got his last lap deleted there. So it's just kind of indicates how frustrating the experience must be here for the lead driver for Amigos Racing as of this point.
They are the championship leaders, let's not forget. Although we have got dropped rounds to come in, some of the back markers. Right then, that's good from Hutama, getting out of the way. Focus on his race, see what he can do. He's way down. But it means that Ellis and Tasbe all go round. Yeah, the blue flags for the back markers, and that's good work.
Yeah, very nice and tidy there. So I think everyone's basically on their toes in the start of the race. I mean, again, we still have no indication of when things will start drying up. It's still going to remain rainy for the next 15 minutes. So potentially it could be raining for a majority of this race here. So I think that's something that drivers will have to contend with. Again, I think in terms of strategy, it's really just more about outlasting your opponents right now and trying to be very careful with every single move you try to do, especially this one here.
Tasbe looks to make a move. He's having a lot of looks. He's putting pressure on. Tries the glory overtake, and then a little nudge onto Nabil, who holds on.
And stays there, and indeed, I mean, continuing to block a whole train of cars now. There's literally 5 cars that are just behind Dafa Nabil, and with Tasbih not able to negotiate a way past, it seems like it's going to remain that cork in the bottle, as it were, for the drivers in the silver and the AM class.
Nabil's lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than Lucas Keys, who's got himself a 5-second lead up the front. We haven't given Lucas any love, I think, just because he's driven so well. And also because it's a rather boring shot with just him in the shot.
I know. It's really running the distance here. He's like 5.3 seconds ahead of Marino Pratama. And Pratama is definitely more focused on trying to finish ahead of Nakib Aslan in this case here. So this just opened the door right now for Lucas Keys to quite literally run away with the lead.
And he is doing exactly that. He was very impressive in qualification and in practice, Lucas Keys. Car 711. There is Nabil still holding that traffic. He's dropping further and further down. 4 seconds adrift now of Nakib Aslan.
Yeah.
Tasbih is tamping.
He's like stomping, I think, on that pedal there, trying to find some way of exploiting Nabil. But to Nabil's credit, like he's really just doing an absolute defensive drive right now. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. He's just not particularly quick.
Exactly. That's the only thing. The Ford Mustang is not exactly the most agile when it comes to even the medium to fast corners in previous tracks, and it seems that is also the case here in Imola. The real advantage he has is really just on this I want to call it straight. It's more of a very fast curve, actually, but that actually works well for the Mustang because it does have that top speed that keeps it just ahead of the Ferrari and just adds to that frustration here for Mama Tasbih.
That Mustang grunt, absolutely there on the longer, faster parts. And you can see he's able to get away from Tasbih on those long straights. And it's just that when we get to the intricate parts, when we get to Aqua Minerale, that's when Tasbih closes up, but isn't able to accelerate away. This could be a frustrating afternoon for Amigos.
And like again, the more laps he stays behind Dafa, the further and further it gets away from the actual championship leaders right now. So a lot of points could be at stake here for Mama Tasbih. For Breno Ellis, I think he's conversely a little bit more chill because he's again keeping himself nicely ahead of Ramadan, keeping himself in the lead of the silver class. Hammond is the only one kind of like poking in onto early on it was Ellis, now it's going to be onto Ramadan here, but he's also in the lead for Team Uncle Evo inside the AM class.
The challenge, I think, for the amateur and the silver guys is run your own race. You're not racing against the pros. You're not racing against the silver. Just be content. Know where you are. And Hammond is leading from Abasakira, nearly a second clear and 2 seconds clear of Wafri. Ellis himself, he's very aware that Ramadan in silver is only half a second behind. Let's have a look at some of the others. This is Revian Gumila for PEA times JPRT in the amateur class.
Yeah. Currently about half a second behind Ali Shadani, and that's a battle for P12. I think we're also seeing another battle going on, but this time's for P23, but they seem to be swapping positions here. Freda Pipatong, as well as Iman Ryan. Oh, Pipatong just went off onto the grass there. Still ahead of Iman Ryan at the moment, though.
Everyone's been so disciplined. Literally, we've only had a couple of incidents of people going off the circuit, and they were both the same guys. And what are we into? We're onto lap number... What are we in terms of laps?
Not exactly sure in laps.
Lap 9. We're on lap 9.
Lap 9, okay. So yeah, on lap 9, we're about approaching 20 minutes of racing so far. Here's another battle that seems to be shaping up here. Ishrat Rahman versus Azib Shami Mokhtar. Both of these battling for P19. Afif at the moment stuck behind Afiq. Only about 0.3 of a second, so could be another potential battle going on there. Breno Ellis got passed by Ramadan just off camera.
You take your eyes off that battle for a second, then it's gone.
Yep.
Ramadan's done well. Whether it was Ramadan forcing an error from Ellis, but certainly Ellis has gone backwards.
Yeah, and Hammond's also poking into the back there again, despite being in a different class. So it's still very much a three-way battle for track position between these three drivers here. Ramadan leading the pack through the final chicane, coming through the final sector now. You can also see Abisakera getting a little bit dicey just behind Hammond. He senses an opportunity as well to try to challenge Hammond here for the lead of the AM class.
Nakib Aslan. not being able to close that gap on Pratama. It's nearly a second that he's lost. Pratama is lapping at 147s, high 147s. The best of 147.3 for Naki Baslam.
So I know, like, Lucas is just flying away right now. His last lap was a 147.097.
That's terrific.
That's incredible. Like, almost 7/10s down. I wonder, is he, like, underfueled, actually, for the start here? Perhaps it could be part of the strategy here for him. That's therefore allowing him to actually pull such a massive lead from the pack.
It is. It's a big lead because he's got some good racers behind him. What's he got, Lucas Keys? Whether or not he goes for a short first stint, deals with the wet weather, and then changes tyres. I'm assuming they're all on wets.
Yeah.
Do we have the tyre information?
Not exactly, no.
So, but I think it's a safe assumption. They will have looked and said, listen, there's at least 15, 20 minutes of wet weather to get us going, and that's where they are.
I mean, pretty much the drivers have only two choices of tires. It's either a dry tire or wet tire, so guess which one they're on right now.
Absolutely, it'd be too much of a gamble. But you never know. If somebody's got nothing to lose, you might see them slip sliding away, but we've not really seen that.
Not really at all. I mean, I'm also trying to keep ensure that we keep an eye out for any other bit of action going on. But just so far, I think the pattern for this first 20 minutes or so has just been more of just cars following each other, a little bit careful regarding how aggressive they want to try to take overtakes. Definitely have been quite a few overtakes here. I think particularly a lot more excitement is on the silver class leaders here. Renault Ellis and Ramadan have been trading the lead so far. But as for the pro class, it's pretty much Lucas Keys running away right now. Look at that! 146.895.
That's phenomenal. That's great.
I just wonder, is that... Wow. Again, I'm suspecting that he underfueled himself for the start to allow him to build this kind of gap. But it's still very impressive to see that he, in spite of these treacherous conditions, can still set such good lap times.
Maybe the lack of livery says there's less wind resistance.
I think there was a theory for McLaren at one point as well. Like, less equals more, isn't it?
It looks cool as you like, but he's coming up to back markers, and this can be problematic. For example, if they don't pull away, as we see Plummer, 115, the blue flags will be there for them as they come up the top of the hill. Let's just stick with Lucas Keys, because if there is going to be a problem, it could be here. But no, well done, Plummer. He gets out the way.
Yep, stays out of the way there. I bet he definitely would have gotten not just the blue flags on the side of the circuit, but also notification from his crew chief, the in-game crew chief, as it were, is going to get past. So Lucas Keys gets past one. Still a couple more in front, but a little bit of a gap before he gets to there. So certainly that would be a little bit in the head of time here.
Who's that? That's 14. Go way down, way down.
Way down.
Way down. Keep going down. Keep going down. Gosh, goes P41 for Go.
Yeah, it seems to be neither here nor there, and that's kind of surprising to see from Velocity Pantera Racing. Ooh, went off there. I think might be struggling a little bit under these conditions here.
Yeah, either that or particularly generous to let Keys through. But he's let Plummer go through as well.
Yeah, the two of them still, well, this is really a battle for P41, not quite for points, but more for pride, I think, at this stage.
Right, Ellis. Yeah.
Going around the outside here. He's trying to stay in a side-by-side to get a Ramadan, so that will give him the advantage once they get to Tamburello, so keep an eye out for this. Ellis already getting himself nice and clear there, already ahead of Ramadan here, back into the lead for the silver class. Just need to keep it there as they come around Tamburello.
And look at Hammond as well. He's even though he's in the amateur class, he's right on the tail of Ramadan. Will Hammond, Team Uncle Evo, the championship leaders in the AM class, and there's good reason.
Yeah, things just seem to be falling apart right now for Ramadan. I mean, he lost out to Breno Ellis and now could be potential losing his track position to an AM class driver. Although, to be fair, it is the AM class leader that he's currently battling against. So there's certainly no shortage of skills going on here for this one. 1/10 of a second on that last breaking point there, but Hammond's still within slipstream range of Ramadan right now, trying to see if he can get closer to him in this sector, but seems to have held off a little bit as he comes through coming towards Aka Minerali.
Okay, we're on board with Will Hammond. He's working very hard. He's got such a big lead in his own class, a second half lead of Abasakera.
Oh, a bit of a hit on the sausage curb there for Hammond, and that's kind of lost him that gap now.
Okay, but it doesn't endanger him in terms of his position in the amateur class.
Yeah. I mean, he's got nothing to lose effectively because it's already 1 whole second clear of Abasakera, so he can more than just keep up this kind of pressure going on in Ramadan, and if he can get the car between him and Abasakera, even better for him in the lead.
Absolutely, that would be the deal. Up ahead of them, Nabil looks like he's just dealt with the Tazbeh threat earlier on, and Nakib Aslan is dropping back on Moreno Pratama.
He is indeed. I wonder if he's just conserving, or rather doing his own race, as it were,
Yes,
right
of
now.
course.
Just preserving those tires, trying to go for longer or better stints right now, conversing together with his teammates right now to see what would be the best approach, because seems like passing on track here is not a given on this, even with the traffic he has to get through. Look at the amount of spray Moreno has to contend with. Is he keeping his windshield wiper off right now?
Indeed, Pratama. Well, he's gone through back markers there,
Yeah.
and the windscreen wipers are off. That's the view they see, isn't it?
It could be because he's using the bumper view, so he's not actually seeing the windshield right now.
Okay, that's the passenger view that we see.
Yeah.
Nakib, same shot. More sensibly, wipers on.
Yeah.
Sensible lad.
Sensible lad indeed. And well, I mean, you don't become like the Malaysia's hottest motorsport rookie without having quite a lot of confidence in yourself. Nevertheless, as it stands right now, I think for the top 10, things have already cooled down very much in this first half hour of racing. I think the only close one is still Nasbi together with Dafa, but he seems to have backed out of that a little bit now, giving a bit more breathing room to the Ford Mustang. Hammond still continues to chase Ramadan, although that gap is starting to widen up since
Ryan
last time.
and Wiratara play P20.
Yep, he already
That's just swapped there.
just swapped around. As Ryan from the silver class, getting ahead of with Narana from the AM class. We'll see how is he going to try to get back. I don't think he has a momentum coming out of the corner though.
Another close one. Give me that. Yeah, you have Shazwan P11. We're looking around for the races. We're looking around for what's going on.
Yeah. Gumilar is already getting closer and closer now. Ooh, actually, he's getting himself very testy right now coming into this breaking point. Couldn't quite find it inside there. Shafiq goes a little bit wide. That slows him down into the next corner here. This could open up the door now for Gumilar to get a good slipstream onto the main straight. Let's see if he's going to be able to close that gap. Unfortunately, he seems to widen a little bit now, so he's just chasing hard. Still not able to get the advantage quite yet. Across they go, coming towards Tamburello. It's having a peek on the inside. No, it breaks a little bit early there, or maybe Shafiq breaks a little bit later, but seems like he's not really trying to make that move onto Tamburello yet.
Shazwan has the line. And Shazwan also has the Ferrari, which seems to go well. Lovely helicopter view. Makes it look so serene, doesn't it? Unaware of all the hectic work that's going on within the cockpit.
Although to be fair, like I don't know if actually yeah, they do have helicopter shots even during the rain here, because I could imagine like rain clouds and thunderstorms and all that would make riding in the helicopter a little bit queasy, I would expect. So still trying to get closer and closer. There's Jumilar, but again, with that dry line being that narrow, it just further makes the like
The already narrow circuit even narrower, yeah.
You just feeling like you're threading the needle every time you're getting through a corner here, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you go off, there's a chance of you losing your grip. Wet conditions continue.
Indeed it will. I mean, no sign of dry even in the next 15 minutes, so I'm still expecting that this is probably going to be a very wet race throughout the entire 4 hours.
Fantastic.
You love this. You're absolutely enjoying this right now. And I think Jumilar might be enjoying this at the moment here. Oh, bit of a quick squeeze there. And off the track he goes.
Oh.
Shazwan Shafiq didn't exactly leave much of a gap there, unfortunately. But then again, Jumilar wasn't really alongside anyway.
And he's lost the place as well to Ali Shadani, has Gumila.
Yeah. Very unfortunate here for Revian. Jumilar looked like he was on pace there to overtake Shazwan Shafiq for his track position.
Was that just a case of wanting too much? Because Gumilar's he's in a different class. It's not going to help him to overtake Shazwan.
No, I think like Shazwan was or like he was trying to move to defend that his position there, and again Jumilar was not alongside when they both came to contact there. So I think Shaswan was within his rights actually to make that move. It's just that Jumila was already coming in like already past his bumper.
And it's let Mateen come in close to him as well. So rather than taking a place, he could well be losing 2 places. And that is in the amateur class. So he's in P5 in the AM class. He could be dropping down to P6 in a moment.
Yeah, I think if I was in Jumilar's shoes, I probably wouldn't have tried to stick my nose in there because Shaswan Safik is not in the AM class, and now Jumilar is just going to be losing points as a result of just that one teeny tiny mistake.
This is where the action is in the race at the moment. Lucas Keys is nearly 8 seconds clear now of Moreno Pratama up at the front.
Another battle as well happening just behind them with Afif. It's now being chased up here by Amir Afik. 0.3 of a second right now as they come out of Aqua Minerali. So it could be potential for another pass here. Oh, that's 113. Zufar going off track there. Seem to come together with one of the LOR teams, Wilson Woon. So unfortunately, also just scampering himself back into the track here. So far, has lost a couple of positions as a result.
Yeah, you make a mistake, you lose 2 places. Simple as that.
Simple as that. I think that's pretty much why everyone is just so circumspect in this race so far. Like, they know the risk is just not worth the reward at the moment.
Circumspect is the perfect adjective for what we've seen in this first half hour. Apart from Lucas Keys, who is ignoring circumspection and is flying.
Flying away with the lead here, and another battle going on here as we come across the main start-finish straight. It looks like Amir Afif is getting the run up to Afif, but still couldn't get it on the braking though. Tucks in behind as you come through Tamarello. But that was getting very, very close that time around.
Amal Afif got close to Afif. Afif defends his line. You can see the rain is still coming down. It's still meant to be another 15 minutes plus of wet weather. But everyone's being very disciplined. This is where Kent Lau, Team Uncle 1, 8:28.
And I believe that's Team Uncle 2 actually behind. So really the two of them are sister teams, not necessarily teammates per se, but certainly wouldn't want to come together.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, in a race like this for sure. Looks like we got one of the first drivers into the pits right now at 30-minute mark. Preda Pipatong comes in here with the Aston Martin. So that's going to be the first pits that we're seeing here. Not in the top 10, I believe he was. I think it was more in the midfield at that time. Looks like Monks has just gotten past Tiago Pereira. So that's already up now to 20th place here for the driver in a Nissan GTR. As we get a look back at the three-way battle right now, Jimilar still fails to find a way past Shadani, so looks like 13th place is where he's going to stay for now. Shaswan Safik continues to stay pretty much in a race of his own right now, 3rd in the silver class, but nowhere near the top 2 right now to give any sort of a challenge.
That early pit stop, do you reckon that's planned or a problem there for Predi Pipatong?
Yeah, not too sure. I mean, again, like there's no minimum time stipulation for driver stints, so they can come in like pretty much 30 minutes or 20 minutes if they want to. So yeah, it's switching drivers right now, so I think that could be part of the plan here for Over Me.
But so Over Me though, they've still got to go out on wet tires. I don't see a point in changing before we know what the weather's going to be around about the 45-50 minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, again, really depends on what their real strategy is. I mean, there's also the possibility that they underfuel during the start, so perhaps they need to refuel a little bit for the longer, like mid-race stint. So there's all these kind of calculations and all these kind of things, and unfortunately, we here at Broadcast don't have really that detailed information as far as the car's fuel levels and tires are, but a little bit of action going on here, mostly between, I think, cars that are being lapped at the moment, actually, as Iman Ryan, sorry, not Iman Ryan, that's Danielle right now. Oh, actually, that's a pass for position. That's Zufar getting passed there by Danielle, so that's going to allow him to get up into P28.
Tazbay closing in on Nabil once again. We've been following this one quite a while. Behind them, Rahman is being lapped.
Yeah, I mean, Tasbih has been following Dafa as long as we've been following him, I think, at this stage. But traffic is coming into effect here, and Tasbe finds himself stuck behind Zufar. Yeah, that's not going to make it any easier for him as he takes a little bit of a drift onto the grass. Only 2 wheels got dipped into the green there, but still managed to keep it nice and tidy there, does Mohamed Tasbe.
That was a scary moment, though, for Tasbe. We're on board with him there. He looks cool and calm and calculating. He's got his windscreen wipers on.
I think Nakib still has this. Oh, wait, actually, it's on now. I think he might have heard us on stream there. Got nagged a little bit and said, okay, fine, I'll turn that windscreen wiper on.
Ali Shadani, in the meantime, chases Gumila. Behind them, you've got Mateen. That's a good battle. Behind them, Afik is closing in off on Afif for a second time.
Just coming around. I mean, just came through Tamburello, as it were, so... coming up next will be one of the slower parts of the try, but not exactly a prime overtaking spot unless Afif does make a mistake somewhere. Then Afif will be all over him for sure.
Afif in one of the few BMWs, certainly in the top 15.
The only BMW in the top 15 actually.
Now for Afif for Entropy Motorsport, drags it up the hill.
We'll have to see how Afik is going to try to do, what exactly he's going to try to do to get past Afif right now. Again, I think really the only prime place to pass is pretty much on that start-finish straight area, because it's the longest kind of uninterrupted acceleration you can have there. So it's really more about how you get out of that final corner, I think, that's going to determine whether or not you can make the pass here, because it seems that a lot of drivers just experiencing this. Tasbe being one, Afik right now struggling behind Afif. It's very hard for them to get past. Jumilar seems to be getting closer and closer. He's already improved on his time on the last lap. So
Well, he's got past Ali Shandani, hasn't he?
yeah, he's already got past that.
Yeah.
So he's right now back against Shawwa Shafiq. It's round 2 right now.
It is. Deja vu all over again. And Jimila this time in exactly the same place. Has he got the power to get past Shazwan?
I think it might just have, as long as he can get it in the braking here, but he's already got his nose way ahead. This time around, he does make it a nice clean pass here and finally gets that monkey off his back.
Well done, that man. A round of applause, because that's exactly what he tried. Was it 3 laps ago when it came unstuck? And now Gumila has got himself up into P number 4 in terms of that particular championship, but he was in P4 anyway. What he has done, he's got himself ahead of a silver category racer.
Yeah, and importantly, the guy who almost got himself taken out there and forced Gumilar to regain a couple of positions before he could finally regain his original position here. So there was also another battle I saw just now between Iman Ryan and Mokhtar. I think Iman Ryan actually passed Azim Mokhtar just before we switched to them. So now he stays up in P18. Wafri seems to be getting very close to Abisekera right now.
Tasbe once again on Nabil, P4. Oh, he was.
Well, he was. Still is there. I think Wafri... Oh, I think there's a wide... there's Abisekera going wide there, allowing Wafri to pass right through. That's P9 now for the driver in the AM class. Second place in the AM class, actually.
He is. 393. This will be a... Where is he? Hammond is leading that amateur class. Wafri, 5 seconds down.
Yeah, just passing a lapped car right now is Hammond. So he's probably not too worried about his lead as far as the AM class goes. I think it's more trying to see where he can actually push up here compared to the silver and the pro class guys here. Given that both him and his team right now are leading not just this round, but also the overall championship here for the AM class.
We have the live scoring gap with the gap between us and Tasbe. Regularly gets up to 0.1, 0.2 seconds behind Nabil in P4 and then drops down.
Yeah.
He's now 10 seconds clear.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, he's just been keeping that spot pretty much the best laps, lap after lap. He's dropped it down almost to like under the 146s at one point. Oh, sorry, under the 147s at one point. Now it's going back up into the more normal, I suppose you could say, 147s. But still 10 whole seconds ahead of Pratama. Again, I think that's pretty much down to his strategy from the start. Perhaps underfueled the car a little bit, or really just pushing a lot harder compared to the other drivers right now. Just more just trying to build a big buffer, isn't it? You know, that can certainly make or break a race here in any endurance race.
Team Uncle Evo leading this race and in the amateur class.
Yep. Sakara now trying to get his position back from Wafri, getting himself nicely alongside. We'll have the inside. It does get a little bit loose though as he attempts to attack. After middle, does get Wafri of completely wide. Those that did psych out the driver in the Ferrari there. And unfortunately, he loses the position to Sakara, who gets himself back up into P10.
That was the battle for P2 in that class, Sakara. He's looked very neat and tidy every time we've gone to him. He's been involved in good action, and he just kept his racing line there. He knew the mistake would be coming.
Yeah, just really good anticipation on his end there. Tasbe is still behind Dafa Nabil. I think he's pretty much resigned to staying behind a Mustang. Perhaps we'll try to pass him in the pit lane right now. That seemed to be, I think, mostly the strategy is going to be about that, just gaining positions while you're in the pits. So for the driver's end, it means more of like pacing yourself, making sure that you don't over stress your tires, making sure that you keep you don't use up too much fuel there, and just coordinating with your teammates when exactly you're going to be coming in there. So more of a long-term strategy, I believe, for a lot of these drivers in the front.
Guillemot, and he's overtaken Woom. Shazwan has gone backwards. He's under pressure from Matim. So Shazwan Shafiq not having a fun time in the Ferrari. He's the first racer out. No, Martin.
Yeah, and unfortunately came together with that AMG and forced it off the track there. Plummer. I think Plummer might have collected someone there.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, he's off the track.
Okay, I think he didn't collect it. I think Shakur managed to get through unscathed there, but Plummer, unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time there for him. So getting back onto Shazwan Shafiq again. Now he's going to have to negotiate past another car to be lapped right now, which is going to be Wilson Woon ahead of him. One of the sister teams for LOR is that Wilson Woon is driving for at the moment. Shazwan Shafiq, though, he's pretty much stuck on his own here. A silver class driver surrounded by a sea of amateur drivers here. And right now, very, very much far away from where Ramadan is, but still very secure in his third place, though, in the silver class as his closest rival in that regard. I think Afiq.
Ryan, isn't it?
So Ryan's a Afiq. Because, I think a bit of a glitch in the graphics, maybe.
Oh yeah, okay. We have it on the main scorecard. We have Afiq as amateur class. On the scorecard we're seeing on broadcast, we have him as silver class.
I think he's silver class actually. Red Pack Asia is a silver class team. So I think what we're seeing in the broadcasts here is correct. Yeah, is correct. So he is currently P4.
Trust what your eyes see.
Yeah. Well, right now, a bit of a sticky situation there. Eamon Ryan actually getting past Ethan Lowe that time, going side by side with him, and actually got him past him through the turns. Now he's got Afif in his sights here. Is he going to try to make that move, or is Ethan Lowe going to be able to get past him in that instance? He is going to be able to get alongside at the very least, though, coming out of the corner, so it's not quite out of the woods yet, is Eamon Ryan.
Ethan Lowe, he's not had the greatest of days so far. It is a 4-hour race, but you can lose 4-hour races in the first half hour. And Ethan Lowe's been struggling just a little bit. He's 6th in the pro class.
Oh boy, I think traffic is starting to come into play here for Dafa Nabil versus Tasbe. Tasbe is closer than he's ever been onto Dafa right now. This could be a huge opportunity for him if he can just make it past. But the cars around is not going to make it easy for him, but he's still going to try to find a way through. Backs out in the last moment though. Tries to go into the inside, but didn't quite find the line there. Dafa Nabil still remains up ahead, but Tasbe is getting good exit out. Has to go around the outside of Dafa Nabil, but still gets blocked by the Mustang.
Cars are throwing themselves onto the grass and everything because they know Tasbe and Nabil is coming on. It's like wacky racers out there. Fantastic. And still, Nabil holds his line and says, Tasbe, you've got to get past me. This is my racing line. I've got the big car. I've got the big backside, and you've got to get past. And Tasbe again cannot.
Yeah, still cannot. Meanwhile, back on the main straight again, Afif and Afik are exchanging blows right now. Afif is getting himself ahead of Afik as we come around Tamburello, but watch out for Iman Ryan around the outside. And into the inside, he slides though, and gets it together with Afik. That is not exactly how he wanted that to work out.
Well, Afik just lost it, too much power. And loses prop 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, and it's back to battling Ethan Lowe here for Azib Shami Mokhtar. He comes up alongside Iman Ryan. Oh, sorry, that's Iman Ryan actually. That's alongside Ethan, alongside Mokhtar at the moment. So, wow, both of them actually lost out positions because of that contact.
Well, good drama. Meantime, Nakib Aslan has closed up on Moreno Pratama. Good spot.
That's surprising. I didn't expect him to get this close right now. Maybe Pratama might slip though, because that gap between him and Lucas Keys was 10 seconds at one point. Now it's dropped down to 13, so could be trouble going on here for the main LOR team. It's Nakib Aslan now is putting up the pressure. Tasmi in the meantime, oh boy, he's already hooked around the outside here. Is he going to be able to make the pass Dafa this time? No, still has to stay behind that Mustang. That's Mustang for now. Nakib, though, still continues to give chase here to Pratama.
Two races going on at the same time. Aslan really has closed in, has Nakib. I'm nothing but credit, by the way, for Dafa Nabil.
Yeah.
He's just holding on wonderfully. At some stage, Tasbi will get past. But Nabil is saying, it's not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy at all. Nakib Aslan, though, gets a good run up against Pratama. This could be it here, or will it not be? Couldn't get on the braking, though, as he came over the crest. Nakib Aslan having to brake hard as we come through Aka Minerali right now, but still hot on the heels of Moreno Pratama. This is a battle, of course, for P2. Pratama currently holding that position. Nakib Aslan very much wants to finish ahead of the LOR car.
Pratama and Aslan, this is, for, as you say, 4P2. Nakib is looking like he's got the bit between his teeth. And if he decides he wants to overtake, very often 9 times out of 10, he gets what he wants. But Pratama, again, he's the man with the racing line. And this is where Imola is so useful if you are in the lead in these races. It's so narrow, so few genuine overtaking places.
Yeah, so hard when you're the chaser in this regard. But Nakib Aslan is no stranger to this kind of situation, though. So we'll see whether or not he'll be able to make that pass happen. In the meantime, I think the battle between Dafa Nabil and Tasbih kind of still is heating up. Not as close right now compared to where Nakib Aslan is. So we'll keep on this battle right now. Moreno Pratama a little bit slow, I think, as we come up towards the end of the straight here. Nakib Aslan is going to go around the outside, but as you see time and time again, still the guard on the inside will have plenty of opportunities to block you as we come out the exit.
Quite right. Well done, Moreno Pratama. Experienced campaigner. Nakib has another go. This time, he's got the inside line, and this time Nakib takes the lead.
Yep, takes it ahead of Moreno Pratama, but Pratama still is going to try to fight back, though, in the next corner, but has to do it around the outside. No dice, though. Nakib Aslan should be able to keep him nice and tidy behind him and stays in P2, does the driver from Stratos Motorsport.
And is able to accelerate away up the hill into this left combination, this double left.
Yep. So that battle should be done and dusted. Right now, Ethan Lowe is coming around. He's got 2 cars. He's got a blocked here. Both Iman Ryan as well as Afif around the outside. Ryan on the inside. Ethan Lowe is very much caught in a very awkward spot. Still managed to tuck in the head of Iman Ryan and stays ahead of the 2 cars here as Afif and Ryan are now forced to scrap it amongst themselves here, going side by side to Chamberello.
Afif was the one who lost a little bit just behind there. A little bit of a squiggle as the back markers have to move. Ryan, he's a 4th in his category. Ethan Lowe, 6th in his.
Again, all 3 of these drivers are driving in 3 separate classes here, so they had to be very, very careful not to take each other out in this situation here. But it's the driver from the pro class is currently pulling away here, while Iman Ryan finally has already gone and passed Naufal Afif, so now stays in there. Oh, is that Mokhtar, or was that? Oh, okay, I think there's a lap car that went a little bit wide just now. But yeah.
Just of interest, Ellis. Yeah, you've spotted Ellis. He's closed right in on the back of Tasbih.
All the battling going on between the two drivers in the pro class has now brought the silver class leader into play here as Ellis sees the two cars, knows that they're racing for track position. He wants in on this action here.
Stream Racing, you were very impressed with them in Paul Ricard in round 3 of the 5 race endurance season, and Ellis had a cheeky little look on the inside. Surely that would be insult to Tasby were he to lose the place to Ellis. He's angry enough at the moment.
That's the thing. I mean, it's equal machinery right now. Both of them driving Ferraris. It's just that both of them held back behind the American-powered Dafa Nabil right now. But I don't know if Tasby can't find a way past. I don't know whether Ellis will necessarily be able to do the same either. But they're right now locked in an actual battle here for track position. So it could be anyone's game here.
Well, the Mustang, in the meantime, I think Tasby is suddenly aware, hey, I've got somebody on my tail here. I'd better defend myself. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do twice as much work. Ethan Lowe, in the meantime, in P15.
And Afif actually got past Iman Ryan just off camera. So now it's putting the pressure on Ethan Lowe yet again. So these three drivers eternally in the battle. In the meantime, Bruno Ellis, he found a way to hook around the outside of Tasby. This is not good news right now for Amigos Racing, as Breno Ellis is attempting to try to get himself past, but Tasby still manages to stick around the inside. Ooh.
But goes wide, and Ellis goes through. Oh, my word.
Through goes Aus Team Racing here, and oh my lord, Tasby is not going to be happy about that.
Dear me. But Ellis, to his immense credit, you said, are you impressed last time? He's on the equal car to Tasby, and he's taken advantage of Tasby racing with Nabil.
Oh, well, wait. Tasby attempts to go around the outside. Still wouldn't be able to get past Ellis around this time. Does close up a little bit. True Tamburello.
And look what's happening. Dapper Nabil is pulling clear. Nearly 2 seconds ahead of that battle. Tasby looks on the inside. Ellis holds his line. He'll hold that line into this right-hander.
He'll hold it indeed. Wow, I mean, again, all that battling is just allowing Dafa Nabil to just run away now. Look at how far he is compared to where Breno Ellis and Tasby is right now. The more the two Ferraris are coming together, the further and further away that Ford Mustang is going to be pulling ahead in the track.
I'm feeling for Mohamed Tasby, though.
Nakib Aslan. Pratama had to get through some traffic there, so that's why they're getting very close. And Testy still battling it out. Nakib Aslan, of course, passed Marina Pratama earlier on. Now still has to get himself, make sure he stays out of the way of traffic while staying ahead of Pratama throughout that. Tasby now still getting alongside Breno Ellis yet again. Is he going to be able to get it under braking this time? Yes, he does. Catches Ellis just on the entry and keeps a position on the exit of the chicane.
There was a bit of anger in that move. There was a little bit of...
Just a little bit.
My Australian friend, get out the way.
But unfortunately for Tasby, now that leaves him like 3.5 seconds away from Dafa Nabil. And he's going to have to do that while having the Australian constantly hound him throughout.
Terrific work, though, from Breno Ellis. He's worked very hard. He is leading his class ahead of Ferdinand Ramadan, nearly 4.5 seconds clear. Victor is scouring the leaderboard to see where the battles are happening. Mokhtar and Afif. This is a constant one, this one.
Yeah, and Ethan Lau as well, pulling a hit here. They're just trying to get past a bit of traffic there. Afif and Mokhtar, as well as Afik, I think is a little bit further behind. He's like 5 seconds behind the rest of them, so it's not really a factor at all in this three-way battle. But with Azib Shami Mokhtar being in between them, that's posing a bit of a problem here for Afif. He wants to catch up to Shadani. Ethan Lau, of course, he's very much stuck in his own race right now, given there's no other pro-class rivals for him to race against, and a lot of traffic for him to negotiate at this stage.
Ethan Lowe leads the way as we approach the quarter mark. We are at 51.5 minutes raced. 4-hour race, round 4 of 5 of the endurance season. ERGP season number 6. Started off as a distraction from COVID, and it's developed a mind of its own as this competition. As Breno Ellis tries to get into the minds of Mohamed Tasby, as there's some back markers. That's Rahman, who's using the grass as the main track.
Yeah, Nathan Monks making it up into 18th place there. Actually gonna pass Amirul Afik, Afik that time. wonder what has happened to Afik's race so far. I think could be a lot of damage affecting him aerodynamically. You can see the scratches going on in his front bumper or front splitter. So certainly he's dropping down the order as it were. Still very close battle going on with Ethan Lowe and Azib Mokhtar. Afif also following closely behind. Then Breno Ellis getting ahead of Ahmad Tasbih one more time, and Tasbih is back on the counter-attack.
Wow, okay. Tasbih again looks and searches. Defending, you can make one defensive move, and that's a good move that Breno Ellis has made. Tasbih trying desperately to weave away around the outside, but Ellis has the racing line, and Ellis, once you get into the intricate parts of here, these double left-handers, he'll get a good drive out. Tasbih, oh, frustrating 50 minutes in his life.
Yeah, well, this first hour has been a real challenge here for Mohamed Tasbih. Not only has been stuck behind Dafan Nabil, but now he's got a silver class leader actually passing him for track position here, just further adding to the frustration going on for Amigos Racing. And still way more traffic ahead of them still to go, so I think plenty are coming together. Still on the cards right now for two drivers who are battling currently for P4. For P5.
For P5, yeah, you're right. The traffic is just going to come into shot there. You look out.
Oh,
no! Ellis had nowhere to go. Oh, catastrophe. And he is stuck, is Ellis.
Yeah, that's Tang Te Vong.
Major damage as well to Breno Ellis.
Damage to his car and damage to his race as well. He's got passed by Ramadan and Hammond, so he's lost the lead of the silver class now, and Ramadan is currently holding that here. Now, he is still in P2 at the moment though, but given the level of damage he had in his front, I expect he's going to be spending quite a lot of time in the pit, so that could further push him down the order, as it were.
He was absolutely blameless. He had just nowhere to go. And we spoke earlier on about the amateur guys, how they've got to be careful, got to get out the way. They didn't. And that's the major incident. It's the major talking point for poor old Breno Ellis.
Yeah, what could have been indeed. But as we continue on with the racing here, I think we're seeing a passive position here as Mateen gets himself ahead of Shazwan Shafiq. While having to get through some traffic, Mateen goes wide, unfortunately, though, allowing Shazwan to retake his track position here. So back to status quo. Tasbih has gone into the pits here, ladies and gentlemen. So one of the top 5 drivers has finally decided to swap it out.
He's gonna, if there's a punching bag nearby, I suspect he'll be using it to get rid of an awful lot of stress. And particularly if it's got the face of Dafa Nabil on there. I suspect it'll be pounded to oblivion.
And by coincidence, somehow that punching bag is green in color. Wild coincidence there. But it seems like none of the other top 5 drivers have responded to this pit here. Looks like Alif is going to be the one taking over racing duties for this next hour here for Amigos Racing, and he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him, I expect. Still, like at the moment, he is P6.
Ellis not in the pits?
Ellis, no, not in the pits.
I would have thought that instantaneously, with that damage, because he's going to be lapping much slower.
Well, they're only like, what, 4 minutes away from the first hour, so perhaps he wants to continue on with the normal, regularly scheduled pit stop
but
here.
But he could be losing a second, 2 seconds a lap.
That's a fair point. So I guess I think Ellis wants to try to at least get some positions back before handing it over to his co-driver, but we'll have to see. I mean, for now, I think as long as the car is still drivable, he can still perhaps stay out on the track and try to mitigate some loss in track position here. But already trying to get past some of these lap drivers at the moment, so we'll see when he's getting clear air what his lap times is going to look like after all that damage.
He is second in his class. He's good 15 seconds clear of Shazwan Shafiq, who's third in their class. So maybe it's not such a gamble.
Yeah. As for him, like, he can still, like, even with like the handicap right now of the aerodynamics, it's not really affected his position in the championship. So I think it's more about trying to preserve this track position and try to mitigate, you know, whatever loss of time or loss of speed is gained from that unfortunate incident.
Will Hammond in P5 is coming up onto the tail of Ramadan. Hammond.
He's been there for a while, actually.
He has. It's been very impressive, very neat and tidy.
Up until that point was Breno Ellis who was whom Ramadan was chasing, but now that Ramadan is in the lead of the silver class, I think he may not necessarily want to fight too hard against Will Hammond if he does have that pace advantage at this stage. But then again, we're already approaching like the end of the first quarter, so I think some of these guys are already limited somewhat by the performance of their tires or whatnot. Damage in the case of Breno Ellis. So yeah, I think it's still a guess right now when exactly these guys will decide to come into pit.
Still a wet race. The first hour has been under wet conditions. It'll take us to an hour and a quarter. And maybe even beyond.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm still expecting that majority of this race is going to be in the wet here. So I think these guys had already the first hour here to get comfortable with these conditions. Jumi Lar certainly is very comfortable right now, getting past Wafri there. Didn't even have to fight too hard for that even. So he gets ahead here, moves up to P3 in the AM class.
Raced well. He's been a good man to watch. Going into the pits behind him was Wafri.
Yep, so he decided, yep, if I'm losing that much time here, might as well swap out a fresh set of tires, swap in a fresher driver, and hopefully be able to get back into fighting here for the top 3.
Car number 44 is in the pits. Alif is in the pits. Down in P26.
Oh, that's weird, yeah. They just only swapped in, maybe he had to change some settings.
Wow.
But that's lost him quite a lot of time,
That's
though.
huge amount of time lost.
Yeah. But again, like, the only limit here is that he cannot race more than 60% of the race, so perhaps he's thinking more of a long stint. Well, definitely has to consider a long stint at this stage, given he pitted twice in very quick succession. So definitely we very much in jeopardy of actually catching up to the top 4 in the pro class.
In terms of, I mean, he's lost a minute, maybe more.
So far, like, way behind, like, what, at least nearly more than half a dozen cars between him and Ethan Lowe at the moment. Ethan Lowe, though, he's gone into the pits here. Yeah, gone into the pits. So
yeah, we've got the pit stops for others, so Alif may well catch up a little bit. But even so, 2 pit stops will be damaging for Alif.
Yeah, I suspect maybe there was some setting or something that didn't quite configure itself correctly as he came out of the pits early on, so he had to go back into the pits to get it fixed.
Thiago Pereira for Team Red, CMSC Team Red. Comes out, Ume Wafri. That's a quick change for the championship leaders in silver.
And speaking of silver, Ramadan comes into the pits as well, so lots of drivers now are starting to hang up their driving gloves, as it were, here to hand it off to their teammates.
But Ellis stays out.
Still stays out.
Oof.
I mean, big risk, of obviously, because of the damage. He's definitely going to be losing time. In fact, his last lap doesn't look that good. 151. That's severely off the pace here, if that's actually a fast lap from him. But as of right now, I think it's going to be more about the front runners that we're keeping a track of here in terms of their pit strategies. So a lot of cars already came in for their first pit stops right now in this first hour. Going to see how things will shape up here. Lucas Keys also still stays out on the track, though, so that's going to further extend his lead even more. With Nakib Aslan already having pitted, he sits 20 seconds behind our current race leader.
Wow. Has Nakib pitted?
No,
Nakib.
No, yeah.
Did he? No, Nakib hasn't pitted.
Okay, he hasn't pitted?
No. Neither's Pratama.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It was Pratama who pitted. So it's still a whole 20 seconds, though, and that's even before the pits here for Lucas Keys. Crazy. Like, that's such a great start here for Lucas Keys' race, that's for sure.
And he's probably going to stay out as long as he possibly can. His last lap at 1:48, which is quick. Aslam goes past the start-finish line. Sorry, Aslan, Nakib Aslam. 111, Stratos Motorsports, a former champion of ERGP Endurance. Second place in this title.
And what has happened to Keith Moore right now? Went way off the track there. I saw a yellow flag as he came to a stop. Wonder what had happened to him here. Currently dropped all the way. I mean, he was much higher up. I think he may have come together with another car, actually. Well, so as it stands right now, Lucas Keys remains in the lead of the race as we finish our first quarter of racing here in round number 4 here at Imola. I've been Victor Cax, joining here with Des Corkhill, and we'll be taking a break, but we'll be right back with more action here at the ERGP, so don't go away.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Our thanks to long-time supporters, Royal Selangor and X-Parks. They've been supporting eRacing Grand Prix ever since the start back in 2020. Welcome back to the second hour of the endurance race that's taking place at Imola. We are on board with Nakib Aslam, who's in second place at the moment. The runaway leader is Lucas Keys. And joining us for the second hour, all the way from Manila, we are joined by Gino for his debut at endurance racing. Welcome along, Gino. And if you've been watching that first hour, it's been pretty good. But the story really is how well Lucas Keys has been racing. He's clearing this by a long, long way.
I know. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. I'm really happy to be here. Really exciting. I don't know about you guys, but like I always love it when there's rain in a race because like it just makes everything extra exciting. I was able to catch the last few minutes of the first hour of the endurance, and my God, like in the 10 minutes that I was able to view it, so much has happened already. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of this endurance race. We got 4 hours today, right?
We've got 4 hours, and this is hour number 2. So you and I will be just trying to describe what is going on for the next period of time. and what is going on. We've got the three categories going on, and the man who's leading the amateur category is Gumila, who we're on board now for the PEA times JPRT team. And he's in a battle with our man Breno Ellis, who had a real incident just before we went for a break. Actually, let's get on board with Ellis, because he still hasn't pitted Gino, which to me is a major surprise.
I mean, I love that you can see how much damage is still on his car, but like he's just, really just riding this one out, not wanting to go to the pit stop at all. You can clearly see how visible that damage is, and it was kind of a bad break for him, really. Like I was able to watch what happened to him, and like he had absolutely nowhere to go. He was driving so well, and it just so happened that there was a car that was like literally right in front of him. Very, very unfortunate event for him, but I think he's powering through so far, yeah?
It is impressive, very impressive. One man we haven't given an awful lot of love to in the first hour is Lucas Keys, and that's because he is so far ahead. He's nearly 25 seconds up on Naki Baslam, and he hasn't pitted yet. In terms of strategy for Lucas, do you reckon he just stays out there for as long as he can?
I think I would. I mean, if you had like a 25-second gap between everybody else, right? Like, I mean, it's almost like he's on a race of his own at this point. Like, he's not letting anyone bother him from behind. Like, even if he looks at his rear view mirror, he's clearly not going to see anyone close to him except the ones that he's already passing. So if I were him, I would pretty much stay out until I could. And absolutely waited out until the last moment where I had to pit. But I don't know. I mean, I defer to you, Des. Like, you've been at this for quite some time. What do you think Lucas will be doing with the gap that he has with him now?
Well, yeah, I'm the same with you. I'm thinking he stays out as long as he possibly can, particularly as it's wet, because at some stage this weather must change. I can't believe it's going to be wet for the full 4 hours. Like you, I'm a big fan of wet weather racing, but it does pervert things just a little bit. It can mean things can happen that aren't really fair on the racers when they stay out there. And if it stays wet for so long, something could just go wrong for Lucas Keys. But I'd stay out for as long as I possibly could before I hand over to a teammate.
Really love that you said that, because I feel like, racing in the rain kind of mimics life so much. You know what I mean? Like, nothing is fair, and essentially that's how it is, right? And I love being able to see that, and that's really when all these drivers can come out and do spectacular things that you don't normally, like, I guess, kind of expect them to. But I think that's what makes it like super exciting.
Philosophy from Manila, that's what we love. There was an instant there with Zaim where he just lost a place, and Mulyana as well is also just coming off, struggling in the wet. I suspect at some stage that we will have these incidents. What has been impressive so far, although we've had a couple of incidents, you mentioned the one with Breno Ellis, most have been driving very circumspectly. They're looking at the weather and saying, listen, we can't go hell for leather in this one. There's been one or two coming off, but very disciplined racing so far.
But I think this is what with racing in the rain, like, it really is just a little bit more of a gamble. I mean, obviously, I think the safe play is to drive as cleanly as you can, but it's also in the risk taking that makes it, exponentially as rewarding whenever you try to do these crazy overtakes in the rain, which I guess we've seen some of them do already. But again, it's the whole risk reward factor that really comes into play, yeah.
Right then, Dafa Nabil has gone into the pit. So this was the man who was holding up the Amigos team for so long. So Nabil is in the pits. He's in P4 at the moment. He's the highest racer to go into the pits at the moment. Alif, in the meantime, has got himself up into P17. But let's just see how Nabil copes. Staying out there are Lucas Keys and Naki Baslam. Again, getting us as long out on the circuit as you possibly can in these wet conditions. For Nabil, will it be a driver change as well? That's the big question as far as I'm concerned. As he drops down.
I love it also when Nabil just went into the pit lane and he kind of just put his arms up and he's like, okay, like, let's really take a rest while we're here on the pit lane as well. It kind of art mimicking real life, kind of thing.
It certainly is. Well, it's he's back out, and it's Nabil who stayed in the cockpit for a second stint. So
just needed a quick breather.
Indeed, and probably put a little bit of juice in there. Maybe change the tires. I don't think so. It'd be a real gamble to change tyres while it's still 15 minutes of wet weather ahead. But he will come back out in 4th place in the pro classes and in 7th place overall, just ahead of Shazwan.
And there it is. We are still currently watching Nabil right now, who is fresh from his pit stop. Let's see what he does with... you mentioned earlier that we still have about roughly around 15 minutes of the rain, right?
Well, yeah, so if you look top right of your screen, that gives you the next 15 minutes worth of weather forecast. So it could well extend beyond there. It could go for the 4 hours, but certainly for the next 15 minutes, that's what the meteorologists are telling us.
There you go. So Nabil right there, looking pretty calm as we see his, basically like his camera of him just driving. Doesn't look like he's been racing already for 2 hours. He looks pretty chill, if you ask me. Now we're watching Mo right now, who is, I believe, 16th.
Yeah, Keith Mo's a kid, but he's under pressure here from Alif Hamilton. So Alif, who has had 2 pit stops, Alif. That's car number 44. That's the Amigos Racing. Let's go on to Alif. He is getting close on the back there of Keith Mo. Particularly interested to see what Muhammad Alif is able to do.
And that's a really nice, really... you see Mo and Alif and Wong, who is also right behind them. Plumber, rather, not Wong. But that is a pretty close gap between Alif and Mo. Almost a little over half a second between them. Let's see if Alif can kind of pull a nice little move on Mo here. But so far, Mo is holding his own and not really making any mistakes and making sure that Alif has a nice little gap between the 2 of them.
One thing Alif will do, though, and I'd just like to stick on this just for a while, he will really make it difficult for Keith Mo. Far more experience, Alif. He's a former winner in, well, eRGP and also in this endurance championship. And Keith Mo is, he's been racing for a little while, but I think Keith is still only 10 or 11 years of age. So the kid has got some work to do. Although right behind Alif, you're quite right, there is a bit of pressure on him. Although that's a back marker, actually. It's not Wong as we thought. That's a back marker behind Alif.
Yeah, I believe it's Plumber, if I remember, if memory serves me well. But I love how Mo is really holding his own as a 10 or 11. Oh, there it is! Oh man, did I just jinx it? My bad, because Mo just slid off, and Alif takes that place from him. Oh no! Was that my bad? I feel like I might have like manifested that.
Well, your timing was absolutely impeccable, but that is the kind of pressure that Alif Hamilton puts on you. And if Keith Mo was guilty of just looking in his mirror a little bit too much, then that's the problem. And Alif moves up into P5, P6 in the pro class. And that's, I tell you what, this fella gets into your head, does Alif.
I feel like this is one of those things that not a lot of people really talk about with endurance racing. Like, I mean, outside of the physical demands of it being a lengthy race, right? Like, what it does to your mental state also, and just making sure that you stay consistent for the countless hours of racing that you're doing. And I feel like this is what basically Alif just demonstrated with the amount of years that he has on Mo. And you saw that, like, basically that kind of, I guess it rewarded him in a way, right?
Certainly did. We're just looking at a man coming into the pits. Now, Lucas Keys has dropped down. Now, Lucas must have come into pit because he has dropped down to P3 on our score, on our monitor.
And in case you didn't see it earlier, Ellis finally also went into the pit lane. Finally going to get, I guess, his car repaired. Like if he's planning on doing that. But yeah, we did talk about how earlier Keys had on almost 26 second gap between himself. So I guess he did go into the pit already because he has dropped down to 3rd place.
He must have done. Naki Baslan is the race leader at the moment. Car 111, Stratos Motorsports, another former champion. He's leading the way. Just behind him, Moreno Pratama is there as well. So Nakib, again, will it be a long one for the pro racer? I suspect so. The Lucas Keys thing, I didn't see him go into the pits, and I was looking out for it as well.
Yeah, do you? I guess we'll find out in just a little bit if he actually did pit
Yes,
or
he has.
something
He
bad
has.
happened. He has. Okay, there you
Yeah,
go. There
he
it
did
is.
indeed.
That,
So
that would explain it.
yeah, that thankfully, otherwise it would have been catastrophic for him. But Nakib Aslan is the man out who is leading at the moment.
But you can see that Aslan, as opposed to Keys from earlier, with Aslan, there's only a 4-second gap between himself and Pratama right behind him. And I feel like Keys will basically make up for lost time after that pit stop of his, given that he was quite ahead of everybody else earlier.
His best lap, a 1:46.895. Nobody has been inside 1:47.3. So he's 4/10 quicker than everybody else out on the track at his fastest. That includes Nakib Aslan.
I love it. I see so many people kind of spinning out and just going off the track with the amount of rain that we're having so far. And we've been yapping for quite some time, and I feel like 15 minutes still, at least with the forecast, it's still going to be raining, and no signs of the weather letting up anytime soon. So no change in tires then, I'm assuming.
Absolutely, yes. Not wet weather tyres is the best way. Right then, this is the best of the amateurs. Will Hammond, who's been so neat and so tidy. And he's got some back markers to negotiate there, which he's negotiated once. He's got Muljana to negotiate here, both in the Ferraris, but Hammond has been very, very tidy. But there you see Muljana took the same maneuver as Hammond, and it nearly cost him dear.
That was a nice little cross there from Hammond, getting ahead of those back markers. At least that way, like, he'll have like a nice open road in front of him to catch up to whoever else is in front of him. Beautiful maneuver there from Hammond, despite the conditions of the track and how wet actually everything is. Love seeing that from him.
Okay, further down, this is P11, P3 in the silver category. Kekshung, Kelvin Powell Kekshung from GSR Motorsports. And GSR, they're in the top 10. They're doing okay. He's 11th at the moment, third in his category. Under pressure from Kuniawan. In fact, he's just pulling away from Kuniawan. It wasn't as close as I thought it was going to be. We tried to pick out where the real battles are going on. And Alif Hamilton looks like he's going to get involved in a battle once again. There is Alif looking to get back into the top 5 in his category. But first he's got to get past Hatter, which he does.
He does from the outside of the track. Alif goes past Hatter. Nice little gap there between them. 0.3 seconds. Pretty sure that will grow in just a little bit. I mean, at least, like, I feel like he's gonna get. Oh, but I don't think. Oh, that's Wong. That's right behind him.
Yeah, that's Wong. I tell you, nobody's going to catch up Alif, and he's unlikely to make the mistake. He's a genuine pro. There's a reason why he's there. But that double pit change earlier on may well cause a problem for the team. There's still a lot of work to do. Right then, Nakib Aslan is in the pits, as is Moreno Pratama. These are the two leaders. And let's see what Lucas Keys is able to go. As they go into the pits, Lucas Keys comes around the corner and no doubt will retake the lead. We're just going to keep an eye on Aslan and Pratama. Lucas Keys, 10 seconds away. And he's coming into the home straight now is Lucas. And as he is going past the pit lane, Aslan is static. And Pratama is static. And so Lucas Keys, once again, is your race leader. And let's see how far the lead is. It was something like about 25 seconds, the lead earlier on. Aslan back on the move.
I kind of imagine Lucas Keys basically telling Aslan and Pratama, like, okay, you had fun with the few seconds that you guys were first and second on the grid. Now I'm going to take that back since you guys are on the pit. So, yeah, please head it on over back. But there you go. Moreno also just heading out of the pit as well. Prasatya as well, and Suto. We'll see how Aslan is still in the pit. Yeah,
he is. Aslan is still in the pits. This is a long break.
That's a long stop. Yeah.
Oh wow, this is a problem for Stratos Motorsports. Maybe they're going to change the driver, but no, they're still stranded. Problems.
Oh, man. Very unfortunate. Remind me again. Was he ahead of? He was on second earlier, right?
Yeah.
Right before.
He was second. He was ahead of Moreno, but Moreno is out there. Moreno has lost out to Dafa Nabil. So Dafa Nabil, who caused so much hassle to the Amigos team earlier on. He's in second place, 30 seconds down. Moreno now in third in this category. Nakib, well, is he back out? No, you know what? Nakib.
I don't think he is.
Yeah, he's back out. There he is.
Oh, he is. Okay, there he is. All right, finally. But that was a long stop, which cost him a lot of spots down the line.
It certainly was.
Essentially, wow, the gap between Nabil and Keys now at 32 seconds, so he even made up for more time than what he lost initially. Because I think before he went into the pit, he had a 26-second gap between himself and the second on the grid. But now, yeah, 30-plus seconds, that's a pretty comfortable lead for Keys.
It is a real discussion, though, as why was such a long pit stop for Nakib Aslam. Now, he's got work to do to get past a couple of amateur races in Pereira and Hammond. Let's look at Hammond, who's in the leader of that group.
Hammond with a gap of 9 seconds between himself and Ramadan in front of him. Pereira with a little bit of a gap between himself and Hammond with 25 seconds there. So, yeah, Nakib Aslan definitely has a lot of work cut out for him to get back to where he was prior to that long pit stop.
So let's stick with Nakib Aslan just for now as he tries to negotiate his way through this. We'll just stick with Nakib unless something major goes on elsewhere. But he's got Pereira in front of him and then some back markers in front of them. So he's got some work to do. And you can see that the rain, this is the bumper shot, and the rain really does have an impact on you.
Yeah, you can see them kind of sliding out a little bit from the track there. But not something that I'm guessing that these people aren't already used to. And look at that, Aslan basically just takes over Pereira's spot. Pereira now on his rear view mirror as Aslan makes his way closer back to the spot that he just lost.
Exactly. So Nakib Aslan, a lot of work to do, but there's a lot of time remaining. What are we? We're just approaching the 85-minute mark. It's a 4-hour race. And we've got Gino on board from Manila. Are you a racer yourself, Gino?
Yes, but I have patience problems. I get frustrated very easily, and I must say, like, I was able to do a couple of I was able to e-race a little bit. I took it on an actual track as well. Did a little bit of what do you call this, slalom racing, but ultimately I became a father, so I guess I had to kind of set that aside as well. But definitely still a race enjoyer, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. The patience bit won't go away with having a child, by the way.
Yeah, no. It gets shorter. It gets shorter, the patience. No, but that's why I look up to these racers so much, because it takes a certain level of, I guess, mental fortitude to be able to keep going on and pretending like nothing happened, and or maybe like setting aside bad things that happened during the race to still race in the best way possible, which was never my strong suit. So that's something that I absolutely love seeing in these very young racers, actually.
Indeed, some of them are really young. Here's the leader of the silver category, Ferdinand Ramadan from Bago Racing Division times YLAB, car 351, second in the championship standing at the moment. So if he gets a victory here, this will be good news for them. We're in round 4 of 5 of the Endurance Championship for the 6th season of eRacing GP. And it gets bigger and better. We had 47 GT3 entrants for today. That's a huge field, Gino.
A lot of people racing, but like, oh
yeah,
Ramadan goes off track a little bit. You know what? I feel like I shouldn't, because I was literally just about to say that, you know, what sets these veteran racers apart is the composure that they have. And right before I was about to say it, he spins out. I mean, he goes off track. Ah, man, I feel like I'm jinxing a lot of people today. Maybe I should just shut up for a little bit.
We've got a couple more going into the pits. This is Wafri from Apex Racing Brunei, car 393. Apex Racing, they're second in the amateur class, but Wafri today is down in P6 and going further down. In terms of battles ongoing, Well, let's give some
But
of
I
the...
gotta say though, he still has a lot of time to make up for it. Like, I mean, maybe he could have just had like a bad start, and who knows? I mean, like you mentioned, it's a 4-hour race today, so there's still a lot of time to make up for it.
There certainly
I don't know,
is.
call
but-
me an optimist.
Yeah, but you make too many mistakes too early, and you're spending so much time making up for those mistakes. It's best to do what Lucas Keys is doing and stay out of trouble. He's increased his lead, Gino, to 35 seconds.
That is crazy. I feel like it's maybe the livery that does it also, that how minimal
It's
everything
cool,
is.
huh?
Like,
The all black
I
is
know,
cool.
it's so minimalist. It's kind of like Batman is on the track, you know what I mean, as opposed to everybody else. But absolutely loving how dominant he's been on this race. 36 seconds already ahead of everybody, and he's already done his stop too. So I feel like he's just, I wouldn't say coasting, but yeah, I think that's a pretty safe term for it at this point.
His last lap, a 1:47.932. Nabil, only Nabil, Dafa Nabil is lapping a little bit quicker, but we're seeing Lucas. Oh, he's got enough time to chomp on his fingernails. That's how
Jump on
confident
his
he is.
exactly. Like, you know, that shows another level of confidence, I suppose. Like, and that was like at one point while he was still biting his fingernails. That was at the end of, or at least the start of a turn. So he knows exactly what he's doing at this point. Not rattled at all.
He certainly does. Let's catch up with, where are we looking? Keith Moe and Alif. So Keith Moe is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the gold class. This is the youngster who's closing up on Kuniawan, who's a back marker. I'm calling, I like this team, team number 469, the Bacon Wonton.
Keith Moe is indeed like probably 10 or 11 years old, and look at the composure on this kid. Like, what were you even doing at 10 or 11, Des?
Yeah, I wasn't driving cars, yes. But he's a very composed. He's been doing this for about 4 or 5 years as well. Ever since he was 7 or 8 years of age, we've been seeing him on eRacing GP. But he's there and spins out. Hey, what are you doing to these races, Gino?
Oh no, oh my god, what am I doing? Like, I have the power of destroying their races. But look at that though, I gotta say, like, even after a moment like that, look at Keith Moe, we're actually looking at him right now, and he is unfazed by what just happened. I mean, even as an adult, I feel like I would have flipped out and maybe throwing some expletives around, but look at him. He's just, you know, back to business as usual. Gotta love it.
Absolutely, but when there's so much traffic in the rain, if somebody just makes a wrong move, we've seen it a couple of times now. We saw it with Ellis before, now we've seen it with Keith Moe. This is on lap 48. That's a big moment for him. What it means, Mohammed Alif Hamilton, who's in splendid isolation at the moment, but the championship leaders in the pro, Alif is making up good times. His last lap time at 1:48.3, which is quicker than the top 3 at the moment.
But he's still all the way in the back. If he can consistently keep that up, then we might be able to see some changes. 1:46 is what the quickest lap so far, right?
Yeah, 1:46.8, which was the last lap by Lucas Keys. He has just set the fastest lap, Lucas Keys.
He's just going quicker and quicker, and it's like, yeah, he's just doing his own race at this point, like, without anyone basically bothering him, again, with enough time to chew on his nails at that. So just a master class on Lucas Keys on how to do this race properly.
Certainly is. Let's have a look at a battle going on there. Mohammed Azza for Apex Racing Brunei goes ahead of Naeem. So Azza was in P5, but he's taken a silver class racer in Nazim, and there's a battle going on behind here as well. 4 in a row.
Ooh.
We've got two silver and 2 amateur racers, well, within about a second of each other.
Oh, we've got a nice little battle going on here. Let's see what happens on this next turn. Korinawan on the inside goes past Kekshong. There it is, and I feel like another overtake might be coming up in just a little bit between Kekshong and Gumilar. And he does! Gumilar goes over Kekshong.
Yeah, Jumilar. Yeah, Jumilar has gone inside, and Kekshong also under pressure from Babi. Oh, good battle.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Babi also takes over that spot, but let's see if Kekshong is able to hold it off.
Kunyawan's got the lead. And we saw a battle. Oh, Kekshung really under pressure behind him. Let's have a look at Gumala. So Gumala is there. Kekshung under pressure from Babi. On board with Babi.
Babi dropped back a little bit. It's Daniel now who's right behind Kekshung.
Somebody went off. This is the Austrian racing team. This is the Ellis car that had so many problems early on, and they're beginning to make a comeback. They're 1, 2, 3, fourth in the silver category. And chasing.
There it is.
Further up.
So Babi is really trying to catch up and close up that gap between himself and Kekshung, currently at 1.1 second between them. But there is Daniel, who I believe is a back marker at this point, right?
He is, yes.
Yeah.
On the helicam. Let's just see what the Austrian team can do. Still, the wet conditions are there. It's 90 minutes we've had of wet, and another 15 at least. We could be in the situation where we're beyond 2 hours, and the changes, the second lot of pit changes, the drivers are going to have to make the decision whether they stay on wets or move to dry at some stage. You've got to gamble at some stage.
There it is, Des. Babi basically just overtook Daniel already, making sure that like he's right behind Kekshung. The gap between himself still at 1.1 seconds between Babi and Kekshung. Let's see if Kekshung gets to pull away to make it a little bit more comfortable on his drive at least. Oh, there's a lot of cars, lots of pile up there. Ooh. Tight squeeze, almost like driving in Manila.
A bit quicker than driving in Manila.
A lot quicker, but almost as tight, I would say.
Well, Kekshung managed to avoid all the problems there. Babi is just behind him. Babi in the green and gold of Australia. Oh, and then Babi nearly takes another collision. These back markers are really causing problems, Gino.
They are wreaking havoc on everybody else who's just trying to get ahead, but I guess that's part of the race, right? I mean, you got to be on your toes for this kind of thing. But as you mentioned earlier, the gap between Babi and Kekshung already getting closer. I feel like if we look at that a little bit, there will be a bit of movement on the grid.
Let's stick then, as you suggest, with Babi. Let's actually go inside. This is Babi. That is Kekshung in front of him. Glory Babi in 13th at the moment. Car 109. Looking ahead on Kekshung. Car 201. It's Ferrari versus Ferrari. Ahead of them is Kunyawan. 147. This is the battle for P3 in the silver category. But Kekshung, he's got the line. It's up to Babi to find a way around.
There it is, getting closer and closer. It's almost like Babi is breathing down Kekshung's neck at this point, which might be a little uncomfortable for some people, but it depends on, I guess, who's doing it.
Yes, hey. Kekshung it is, who's looking at the track ahead of him. I suppose that's all you really can do. You've got the racing line. He's got the lead by 0.4 of a second. It really is up to Babi to make that move.
Which I think will come really soon. That gap between them is getting closer and closer. I feel like maybe in a couple of laps we'll see something. Maybe even on this exact same lap. Depends on how... I guess it depends on the risk appetite of Babi at this point. Like, is he going to brake late and try to squeeze in?
Don't think he's close enough at this stage, though. He needs to just find himself a little bit closer, although Kekshung. Wow.
Oh no! There it is. Babi overtakes Kekshung after Kekshung makes that mistake. Essentially doing what policemen do. Just wait for the perp to make a mistake, and I guess that's what happened. You know, you pressure them enough, and you know they're bound to make a mistake. Unfortunate for Kekshung there.
And that was significant because that was for third place in the silver category.
Oh man. Well, we still got a lot of time ahead of us. Kekshung still has enough time to make up for that mistake, and I mean, if he keeps his head on his shoulders, then he should be able to do so. Now we're with Alif now.
Yeah. I like just to keep an eye on what Alif is doing. He's closing within 1 second of Dev. But he's in isolation. This would be for P18 overall. But he's got some way to get close to Keith Moe. He's a long way down on Keith Moe. 20 seconds plus down on Keith Moe. Maybe I'm being
Not enough time to
over-ambitious
make
to
up.
say that Alif can actually make up this time.
Well, given the conditions that we have right now, anything can happen, Des. I mean, look at how many people have been kind of going off the track even without them speaking of, there's an... Oh, he didn't go off track. I think he just kind of made way for everybody. But yeah, there it is. Alif getting closer to Dev right there. Less than a second between them. Alif takes the inside lane as Dev goes wide.
And there was cars all over the track, and Alif just found a way through. Again, these are all back markers that he's got to deal with. This is...
I love the chaos.
It is, isn't it? That's what the wet weather brings. That's why, as fans, we can love it. As a driver, they must hate the wet weather.
That's true. But ultimately, you know, we're the ones who are watching, so... At this point, they're probably like, are you not entertained?
Yeah. Heard that one before.
Are.
Alif, we'll just stick with him. Keith Moe ahead of them. Well, actually, just as Alif pulls up, let's see what Keith Moe is doing. We saw him have a moment a little while ago. He looks to be okay. Azza is in P5. Azza is not under any real pressure. I'm just going through the leaders. This is Naki Baslan, who's still out there. He had that dreadfully slow pit stop and hasn't really been able to recover. He's a long way down. He's over a minute, maybe a minute and 10 seconds down on the leader, is Naki Baslan.
Really unfortunate for him. That pit stop really cost him a lot of time. We still don't have any idea what took the pit stop so long, right?
No, it's something we'll investigate at maybe at the end if we get one or two interviews. But he's just gone past a couple of markers there as Babi has gone off. Babi has gone off. And Kek Shung is through on this time. So Babi, having got the head of Kek Shung, then spun off himself and is now under pressure because Babi becomes a back marker. Nabil is about to overtake. So Nabil is in P2. And Babi has just got to give way. He won't want to.
Oh, not wanting to give way, I guess. Give it a few more seconds and Nabil should be able to clear him.
Well, Nabil has got to be allowed to go through. And eventually Babi does tell you what, they're not, are they?
I don't think he doesn't want to, yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, Nabil has an inside line. Okay, he takes it.
With reluctance from Babi, though. With reluctance.
No. But this is exactly what we were talking about earlier when Kekshung made that mistake. Babi took over and basically capitalized on the mistake of Kekshung, and the exact same thing happened. It's like an Uno reverse card that he just used on him, and now Kekshung is back on the lead ahead of Babi.
Okay, right, we're back on board with Lucas Keys. I just need to give him some love once in a while. But he's coming up to back markers again. This is the danger. When you've got the 3 different race categories, although they're all GT3s, the abilities of the racers are legitimately categorized. And Keys has got to make sure that he doesn't have the same problems that we saw for the Austrian team earlier on.
And look at Lucas Keys. I mean, if we're looking at his essentially like his camera on the lower right, he looks very, very relaxed at this point. It looks like he's playing like, I don't know, like a click simulator game. You know what I mean? Like, it looks like he's not stressing at all. And I gotta love seeing that, considering how far he is ahead of everybody else, and also still being able to still has the quickest time of the track, right?
Yeah, a 146.5. His last lap was also quicker than anybody else on the track, 148.622. Even my favorite, Alif, is unable to get anything to that. Alif's best time, a 147.5.
Nobody has broken 146 yet, except for Lucas Keys at this point.
147. Lucas is the only time inside 147.
Yeah.
Right, Ben, let's have a look at Ramadan. This is the man who is leading the silver category. And he's trying to get close up to the tail end of, I think that's Lucas Moreno he's chasing.
Is it? Let's see. We'll go into front camera now. That is... Well, that's Wall, one of the back markers at this point. So we're trying to get ahead of him. We'll see exactly what happens. We're on board with Ferdy Ramadan.
Just about to go on board with Lucas Moreno. I hope. Yeah, so there's Moreno. Ramadan.
Luis Moreno from the Philippines.
Yes, I was going to say we'll come to that in a little while. You've got a proud tradition in the Philippines, Moreno, one of many fine racers coming out from your country.
Yeah, Luis Moreno, man, like every single, essentially every single eRacing event we have here in the Philippines. This guy's a mainstay here, man. Like everybody knows who he is already at this point. When it comes to the world of eRacing. He's also done a stint at a Vios Cup, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, like where he did, I think he did the autocross event, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So not a stranger to this at all.
Absolutely. And he's been long-time supporter of eRacing GP as well. Glad to have him on board. Always a good lad. There he is. Squats, short figure. Hunkered down over the wheel. Always focused.
Yes, he is. There. He's a little bit behind. There is Ramadan, who is about a second and 1.6 seconds away from him. So I guess that's pretty much the pressure that he's facing right now.
But even that, they're different category from Ramadan for Moreno. So he's just got open track ahead of him. But he's a long way behind Dafa Nabil. But there are the back markers, and that's the danger. They'll come increasingly into the equation, particularly as tiredness begins to kick in, because we're approaching, we're not even halfway through this 4-hour endurance race.
Not even close, and the weather still has not changed. It's still been raining all throughout this entire time. Gotta love how exciting this gets.
Okay, Bobby is back in the action once again. Let's see what Bobby's able to do. He and Kekshang, they are having a battle royale. Bobby from Ostream Racing. They've both gone off. They've both had pressure.
Oh, but look at how close Bobby is now. I feel like a move is coming up pretty soon. Let's see. Kekshang still trying to pull away from Bobby. Trying to do a shake. Kekshang not reacting to it at all and just keeping to his line, and the gap grows a little bit bigger between the two of them.
So Bobby with the shake and no rattle for Kekshang. Good work.
Tried the old shake and bake. Did not work.
As they come again, Ostream Racing again. It's pressure on the back of Kekshang. This is the battle for P3 in the silver category. That's the second level. You're watching eRacing GP. Brought to you by Axel with support from X-Parks and Royal Selangor. And Bobby?
And again, we're still looking at Bobby and Kekshang, who have been essentially, I guess for the past, I would say, 4 or 5 laps, they've been kind of battling against each other.
Absolutely. It's a good battle for P3.
And there's a back marker that they're basically trying to... Okay, he gives away without incident.
But it takes you off the racing line. It takes you off the dry line. Oh, on the inside is Bobby.
Oh, there it is! Is he going to be able to pull it off? Goes on the outside. Oh, neck and neck now. Side-by-side action. Let's see. A little bit of a love tap there, and Bobby gets ahead of Kekshang, and he takes back that place, which he lost to Kekshang earlier, which also Kekshang basically lost to him. So now it's just a nice little reversal between the two of them. Kekshang not giving way either. And let's see if he tries to pull a move on Bobby at this point. Man, what a race between these two.
Terrific work between those two. I like the description of love tap. There's no way that Bobby should have been able to go around the outside and pickpocket the position, but that's exactly what he's done. Right then.
Nice little kiss on the cheek before you say goodbye to your wife for work. That essentially what happened there.
Right then, this is Mohammed Azza in P5 in the top category. The man chasing him is Amrul Naeem from Apex Racing. Apex Racing, they are the top team in the silver category, but they're the second team in that category in this particular race. Amrul Naeem, one of a 4-man team there. And he'll just like it. He would get an awful lot of joy, Amrul Naeem, if he could get on the tail end of the pro racer.
There it is. Well, there's a less than a second gap between the two of them, so a little bit of action could happen there. Let's see how cleanly they drive throughout all this rain. It still has not let up. Is there like a low pressure area in here or something? Because this is essentially mimicking our weather right now. So.
Except in the Philippines, isn't it 15-minute bursts and then glorious sunshine? Or have I got that wrong?
Not glorious for this weekend, at least. Like there's an actual storm that's happening right now. So it's been a little bit chaotic outside for us, but nothing that we're not used to be honest. Like it is monsoon season at least, and we're not driving at speeds of like 200 to 250 miles an hour. So
that's a fair call. Okay. Let's move on to the leader of this category, because Ramadan is once again coming up into some real traffic, and he's close behind Luis Moreno. So Moreno in a different category. He's ahead, and Ramadan has got past his man, who's been... I think there was somebody who went off the road there, one of the back markers.
But yeah, we are looking at Luis Moreno going ahead of one of the back markers as well, just trying to get clear so he can race his own race. And now you see Ramadan right behind Moreno as well.
So Ramadan...
Very nicely done.
Ramadan is in the black. Moreno just ahead of him. Ramadan 351 for the Bago team. And again, we've got to go back to Lucas Keys every so often just to see how he's doing. Back markers, that's the only problem I see for him. The blue flags are being waved though, and it's been good discipline from the back markers so far. But all it needs is one to not show the protocol or one to slide at the wrong moment.
Courtesy. I gotta love it. Lucas Keys just been, every time that we've shown his face on camera, like he's just smiling. He's just having the time of his life at this point. Very, very comfortable in his lead.
Moreno and Ramadan a little bit further down. Going to break away from Lucas Keys right now because Moreno is under pressure from Ramadan. That's Ramadan. Has a look on the inside. And Filipino commentary required for this particular moment, I think, for the Filipino.
Should we shift the Filipino at this point? No. But here we go, Luis Moreno basically holding on to that, not allowing Ramadan to get past him. Or in local terms, ayaw ibigay kay Ramadan yung pwesto ni Moreno. Laban lang ng laban. Basically, refusing to give up that spot and just keeping on fighting. That's essentially what just happened right
For once, we didn't have the curse of Gino.
I know. I really don't want to. Like, I feel like a lot of Filipinos will get pissed off at me if I do.
Ali, meantime, is looking to find a place. He's in 18th at the moment. He's got Ratnake in front of him. Car number 34. But look at all that traffic.
That's a lot of cars to get ahead of. But he has been working his way onto, better places. But let's see if he has enough time. We have, what is it now? Almost 2 hours of racing?
Yeah, we are 1 hour 50 minutes on the dot as we speak. So we are approaching the halfway mark. Mohammed Alif is the man in charge at this stage. He's right on the back of Ratnake. This is for P17.
Getting close to Ratnake there. Half a second between the two of them. Will Alif take over here? Certainly in the position to do so at this point.
And expecting him to do so at any given time. Sabi Ratnayake from CMSC Team Red. They're not in championship contention. Alif
goes a little bit wide, just a little bit, but still within the track. But that does cost him a little bit of time as Ratnayake pulls off a little bit, but he is getting closer. Maybe in a lap. The gap between the two of them getting a little bit bigger.
You're right. We'll just revisit that one. In the meantime, your mate Luis Moreno still under pressure from Ramadan. They're the two main battles ongoing at the moment. Otherwise, it's a procession in the rain in Imola. With Lucas Keys now 57 seconds clear of Dafa Nabil.
That is insane. he's doubled, close to doubled his initial. When I jumped onto the broadcast, he had like 26 seconds ahead of the second placer on the grid, and now he's 57 seconds. That is, wow, that is just a masterclass in how you go through this race. But yeah, Moreno kind of pulling away from Ramadan a little bit, just trying to get some breathing room, I guess, because I assume it's not fun to have somebody that close behind you. Oh, there's a little bit of there's a car there that kind of just got in the way a little bit, but didn't really affect the way they were driving.
That was Peter who's gone, and in our absence, Alif Hamilton has gone past Ratnayake, and he's...
Nice!
We missed that. There he is. He goes through, and he's got a back marker ahead of him, who's Martin. And
question is he gonna yield? I believe he is. Or is he?
blue markers say he should.
Blue markers, yeah.
And he does.
There you go. Martin gives away, which means Alif is now a little bit closer to Mo, who he's trying to go after at this point.
That is the battle.
6.5.
There is Keith Moe just ahead of him. Keith Moe in the black livery.
There it is.
He's surrounded by back markers, but Alif is within within 4 seconds now. We'll revisit that one. Again, the battle. Let's go back to your pal, Luis Moreno. Because
oh, there it is.
He's got back markers, and that's Ramadan right behind him.
Ooh! Now side by side, Ramadan is going to take this one, I feel. Oh, but oh! Yet again, another love tap. Oh, and another one. Oh, they ended up making out. Luis Moreno got pushed out of the track there. Unfortunate for him.
Frustration for Luis Moreno.
Very, very unfortunate for Luis Moreno there. Trying to make up for that, I'm sure. Not a way he would want to kind of, I guess, lose out. So I'm pretty sure that he'll want to make up for that.
He was actually bullied away by Ramadan, who is the leader in the silver category. Moreno still in third place in his category, but fourth place overall. And a little bit of anger maybe for Luis Moreno to be bullied out like that when he had the racing line. And now he's got to chase Ramadan.
I feel like at this point he's going to keep his head down and try to catch up to Ramadan. Hopefully not exact vengeance, or at least just kind of, get past him. Try to get away with it cleanly. But let's see. But yeah, that was definitely not a happy moment for Luis Moreno.
Well, there he is. Let's have a look. Alif is now closing in.
Oh, that gap between himself and Mo is very, very close now, as opposed to earlier on. The last time we checked in on them, there was about a 5-second gap between the two of them. Now, less than a second.
So
between himself and
Keith Moe's last lap, a 1:53.5. Alif a 1:48.9. Alif Hamilton versus Keith Moe.
Oh, there it is. We're going to see that move. There it is. Right on the outside. Alif is going to try to take over Mo. Mo holds it. Oh, Mo gets to hold it, but Alif is still on his tail.
Alif on the inside. You don't want contact there. Well, certainly Keith Moe doesn't.
That's one way to race, I suppose. There it is. Right beside Keith Moe now.
Leaves the braking
Alif has
lane.
the inside lane. Nice.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, I think Alif is going to break away from Mo at this point. Or do we still have Mo fighting back?
He's a top racer, is Alif Hamilton. Keith Moe will enjoy the battle, but it's Hamilton who has got himself up ahead of Keith Moe. He moves now into 6th place in his category. But remember, for Amigos Racing, they are the championship leaders, and they were in 2nd. And then they had that catastrophic double change in the pits. And that
I don't know if you were able to catch that, but something was happening between Mo and one of the, I believe, the back markers there. Pino. Pino basically pushed out Mo, I think. And now Mo has Pino between himself and Alif, which just makes Mo's job a little bit more difficult as he tries to catch up to Alif.
So let's stay with Keith Mo to see how he is coping with the back marker. This is to lap him, so Pino should be theoretically moving out of the way, but Pino is looking to race.
There it is. The gap between Alif and Mo now growing because Mo now has to get past Pino, who is supposed to go to the side and let Mo pass, but refuses to do so at this point. Mo seems to be enjoying this, though. Look at him, full of hope and joy.
I'm not convinced by your interpretation of him. I think he's probably tamping. I think there's a swear word or two being learned by young Keith Mo.
Thankfully, we don't have his microphone on and we don't get to hear it. And, you know, we can cling on to the perspective that children are, you know, innocent and nice in general.
In the meantime, Alif has got himself up another place. He's gone past Zaim. And he's got back markers in his way, but he's making serene progress, is Muhammad Alif Hamilton. He's got a back marker, Rahadyan, in front of him.
And there it is. I feel like Rahadyan is going to be stepping aside in just a little bit to let Alif pass, as he should. In theory, at least. Okay, there it is. Ooh. One less back marker for Alif to consider as he makes his way to the head of the pack.
It's been impressive from him. Let's see if Azza is on the back there of Pereira by car 333 on 888 as somebody goes into the pits. And that is Ahmed who goes into the pits. And the second round of pits are taking place, including Keith Mo, who I think has realised that his power has gone. And being caught up, it was a 5 seconds that he gave up to Alif Hamilton. So that's probably a good decision from Keith Mo to go into the pits. In the meantime, for Apex Racing Brunei, this is Mohamed Azza. And he is on the tail there of Pereira. Brian Pereira from CMSC Lions. 888, great number to have.
Very, very lucky if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I guess a good move there for Keith Mo after losing out on that spot. Finally going into the pit lane. Now we're looking at... Is this Luis we're looking at right now?
No. Luis is...
Pereira.
Pitts Pereira.
Brian Pereira.
Oh, and a tap.
Oh, contact! Oh, that was more than a tap. That was a pit maneuver that led him crashing into the wall. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for him.
Just seeing who it was. I think it's Cheer, a back marker. Yeah, it was Darwin Cheer from Low Ascent in the Ferrari. He was the one who was taken out there. But Azza and Pereira, they're still having a good little battle.
Azza and Pereira with less than half a second gap between the two of them. We're looking at Azza right now, right? The camera on the lower
Mohamed
right,
Azza. Yeah. And he is chasing Pereira.
Very, very hard to see what his emotions are telling us right now, because majority of what we see is his forehead. But yeah, I would assume that he's pretty determined to get this position from Pereira. And let's see. Oh, getting closer. Azza takes over. There it is.
Nice from Azza. You'd expect that to happen. He's a pro driver, Pereira.
And there is a car that is facing the other way. What the heck is happening? I love it. The chaos that the rain brings. It is such a joy.
That's the KID driver, Nirad Nurnabi. One of the amateurs, as you say, driving the wrong way. Bit of love before we go to a break. We're at the midway point. We're just coming to the midway point, and this is your runaway leader. We're on lap 66. His lead is approaching 1 minute.
Crazy. Lucas Keys, man. What a drive from him. A minute. Almost a minute away from everybody else. Still has the fastest lap out of everybody on the grid, yeah?
Absolutely, a 146.540. The only driver inside 147. And he's speeding away. There was a theory that he put a lighter load on, light fuel load, but that theory seems to have been demolished. It just seems to be a fantastic drive from Lucas Keys, but it is only halfway. Magnificent though the lead is, we've already seen people can come a cropper very, very easily. So let's very quickly go through the leaders. Lucas Keys leading by 1 minute. In silver, Ramadan, who took out your mate Luis Moreno. He's in P1 in the silver. Quick thoughts on this before we need to head off, Gino?
I feel like this battle will go on all the way until like the final hour of this endurance race. I don't think Luis Moreno is gonna let that one slide really easily. But let's see. I mean, like what you mentioned earlier, we still got a lot of racing on the way, and the weather still has not changed. Maybe the weather will do it for Luis. Who knows? But very exciting battle between these two.
And then in the amateur category, Will Hammond for Team Uncle Evo. They're the championship leaders, but he has had a terrific drive. He's 40 seconds clear of Brian Pereira in this category. He may be an amateur. He's not driving like an amateur, Rio. Gino.
No, not at all. Like these, to be fair, majority of the people that you see here, you know what, they're driving like pros. So we use the word amateur very lightly, I suppose, because yeah, they're driving fantastically at this point.
Okay, listen, we're about to head for another break. Thank you very much, Gino, from Manila. Been great to have your contribution to this eRacing GP. Round 4 of 5 of the endurance. We're going for a very quick break where we'll hear from our sponsors. For now, I'm Des Corkill. I'll be back in an hour. Coming up after the break, we have Victor and Rio taking us through the 3rd hour. Bye for now.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor. since 1885.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now past the halfway point on round number 4 of the Endurance Edition here at the eRacing GP. My name is Victor Cax. We'd say giving a break now for Dez. So we enter now our third quarter of this race. Currently on your screens here is the runaway leader of the competition so far, Lucas Keys, out from PJ Tow Racing, has been leading by a whole minute now. And it seems like nothing is standing in the way of victory here at Imola for him. Joining me in commentary here today is going to be Rio, all the way from Thailand. So Rio, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Thank you so much for the introduction. Really exciting race, I would have to say. And it's still wet across the past 2 hours, but Lucas Keys has been on it consistently. And it just seems like he's about to lap Aslan as well.
I know, that's the crazy part, isn't it? Like I was speculating with our producer, like how many cars is going to be lapping by the time it gets to the end of this race here. But man, what a runaway success it is. And it's quite surprising as well, given that PJ Tow is actually only 5th in the standings when it comes to the pro class. And this looks very likely to not just be their first podium, but also a first win for them in the season so far. So incredible drive here from Lucas Keys. As we enter now this second half, it's been quite a topsy-turvy previous hour, I have to say. With not just because of the amount of pit stops that we saw, but also a lot of action as we were seeing Alif Hamilton attempting to make a recovery drive, as it were, given that he had to take an extra drive-through penalty or had to take a second trip to pit stop. Regardless, that pushed him very far down the order right now, so he's very much on the catch-up. At the moment, Will Hammond is the leader inside of the AM class, and I think silver class, is it Amirul Naim at the moment? Yeah, I think it's Amirul Naim who is leading in his category here. So as it stands right now, not a lot of close racing, although as I say that, Kurnia 1 has just jumped into the pits here, no doubt to take his regularly scheduled pit stops, allowing Kik Shung to move up into P11 now, as well as Brian Pereira as well, moving up the order.
Yeah, just something to notice. Lucas Keys is in the Aston Martin, but we've seen the trend, especially here at Imola, of them choosing either the Ferraris, the McLarens, or I suppose, yeah. So the Ferraris and McLarens have been the popular choice, but Lucas Keys, the only person with the McLaren, I think in the top 5.
Yeah, the Aston Martin actually.
Quite interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, the Aston Martin, yeah.
So yeah, it's very fascinating to see. Like, of course, like coming into this race here, I was expecting the Ferraris to be a lot more dominant, given that in the season so far for 2025, the Ferrari seems to be the better choice overall, given that he has a good balance of straight line speed as well as cornering speeds as well. So that's helped them a lot in some of the previous tracks. But it seems like here at Imola, like, overtaking is such a luxury, isn't it? I think like we've seen many drivers just constantly stuck behind because the driver in front is like just a little bit too fast, especially on the straights, like in the case of Dafar Nabil, or sometimes it's just the lack of overtaking opportunities, as it were, here in Imola.
Yeah, not only that also, but in these conditions in the rain, it's one thing to catch up, but it's quite another to overtake. And we've seen so many collisions happen. I was watching the race, and I've just kept on seeing the Discord notifications of protest after protest for collision, dive bombs, and it's just been so chaotic and very competitive to watch for eRacing GP.
Yeah, I mean, race control right now has been having their hands full, actually, trying to dole out the penalties. That's why I've been seeing time penalty, stop-go penalty right now for one of the drivers on screen here. That's going to be Azib Shami Mokhtar, who's going to be taking that penalty, no doubt, as he moves into the pits here. So yeah, we do have a race control that is monitoring these races, and The Razors conversely have been submitting protest after protest in this very incident-filled wet weekend here at Imola, and that rain doesn't look like it's going to be letting up anytime soon. I had to chat earlier on with the producer as well. The rain, by the way, is set to dynamic, and it's actually based upon the actual weather forecast that's going on in Imola right now. So it's because it's raining over there at the moment. That's why it's raining here in our virtual reality, as it were.
Yeah, and in the top right of your screen, as someone just
Yeah.
spins around, I think
think that's
that's
a-
the Ferrari of Cha,
Yeah, I think that's the LOR Ascent team has had quite a
Darwin Chia.
yeah, it's just having a very troublesome race so far. Very far down the order here in silver class. I think they're still inside of the top 10 perhaps, but then again, they've been certainly struggling a lot under these conditions.
And another thing that I've noticed on the track, I've seen from the view from over the track as one of the other guys goes out again.
Yeah.
One part of the track is dry,
Yeah.
as you see on the racing line, and then the rest is quite wet. So for these drivers, it's also very important to make sure that they control the tire temperatures by choosing to run in parts of the track that are wet when they need to cool off their tires, while also being on the racing line for the optimal lap times.
And you can also imagine when you're trying to when you need to move off the line, if you want to either make a move or make a pass, it just
Yeah.
it cools down your tires so much, so it makes it so much more difficult to get the grip out of the corner,
Exactly.
isn't it? So that's why and
Exactly.
Imola itself, it's already so narrow, which is why I feel that this race here might just be determined more from pit strategy and when and where exactly you decide to take your pits. And in that regard, I have to really hand it here to Dafa Nabiel, because for one, he's a stellar defender in that first hour of racing that I covered together with Dez, and then now he's already sitting literally on the second step of the podium here, just by virtue of having such a solid drive.
Yeah, and speaking of pit stop strategies as well, I've talked earlier with one of the eRacing GP producers. They've said every hour the team chooses to pit, but it hasn't been quite the case. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sorry, what was that again?
Yeah, so I've talked with one of the eRacing GP producers, and they've said every hour the team pits for either fuels or tires. But so far, Luca Keys has gotten it down perfectly, and also Nabil. What's the key difference from the top of the runners and the
Yeah, well, on that, I think for, especially in the case of Nakib, he's exceptionally, good at managing or pacing his race. And I think that's also the same for Lucas, and obviously Lucas had the advantage of starting in the front row, so he had pretty much clear track and very little visibility problems compared to other drivers in the back. And I think that's allowed him more to focus on actually pacing his car, making sure that he doesn't overuse the tires, overextend on the fuel consumption. So I think it's more about that than anything else that's allowing Lucas to basically run away. Whereas you look at what Nakib had a fight for second place earlier on with the LOR team. Then you also had Dafa locked in his own battle with together with Amigos. So I think all of these factors combined, and because Lucas Keys is basically unopposed, he just basically has a very very simple
Strong
task
pace.
to do, for this race alone.
And another thing that I've noticed with Luca compared to the other drivers is he's so brave, even in the rain, to run the curbs.
Exactly.
He's all over the inside curbs, all the way into the sausages as well.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Whereas the other drivers, all the other drivers are a little bit more conservative with the pitch and roll coming into the corner, but Luca Keys is really on it on the apex.
Yeah, I think that's also another key, is that he's literally optimizing every single lap, making sure he is maxing out on that. I mean, when I look at the last laps that he does, it's always consistently within 2-3 tenths of each other. So, I mean, part of it as well is that, he's not really under that much pressure given he's so far in the lead. But at the same time, brave enough to actually make good passes against all the other back markers that are out on track.
Yeah, and basically, I think the key formula to win in endurance racing, if you're out in front, is just minimize the amount of time you're being stuck behind traffic. And I think Lucas Keys has done that. He's done that so perfectly to move out of the way, move and pass in traffic where he needs to, where he just keeps on extending his lead.
Exactly. So we'll see how many more cars he's going to be lapping by the end of this. He's already hitting the 75 lap mark, as we see on our timing tower here. Giving some love as well to the leaders in the other categories here. One of the most impressive runs in 2025 has been Team Uncle Evo in the amateur class. Earlier on, it was in the hands of Will Hammond, who had such a spectacular drive. Now he hands it off to his teammate here, Drayden Lair, who is going to continue to carry the torch for Team Uncle Evo in the lead of the AM class. In the silver class, Amir Naim pops into the pits finally after, what is that? It's been a very long time for him. But he's going to be conceding this lead here, no doubt, to Muhammad Fikri Aska, who's just come around the final corner now and should be able to pass Amir Naim on the straight.
Yeah, and also to look at the top right of your screen one more time, the temperature of the track has been dropping and dropping because of the rain.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think that's going to be hard to keep the tires also warm. And as the drivers pit, I reckon they need to up the tire temperatures, the tire pressures, as they pit for new tires as well.
Yeah, I mean, the forecast has so far not given any indication of drying out anytime soon, so it's just more about managing this current condition, as it were. So yeah, and that also, like, to your point, the lower temperatures means that driving off the line is just going to be even more painful, you know, as the tires get cooled down massively once they hit a patch of water. So you can imagine how that affects like the dynamics of the grip mid-corner, especially doing a passing maneuver. It's just making it such a difficult race, I think, in terms of on-track passing. So right now we got Dafa Nabil inside the pits. It's going to get passed by both Luis Marino as well as Nabil Aslan. So they move up now into the podium step here. Where is Nabil going to come out by the time he is done with his pit stop? I think Azza has just come around through the final corner, may be able to be beaten out, as Billy Ebenheiser is going to be taking over onto the Mustang this time around.
Yeah, and just to look at Alif one more time, he's moved all the way into 12th position one more time. So massive pace from Alif to move his way up to the front. And at this part of the race, with around 1.5 hours left, it's all about calm and serenity, and you're just finding the right track positions and laying down those lap times.
Yeah, it's like mental fortitude is really needed in these kind of like long form races, because, you know, it's not about literally pushing yourself to the razor's edge every single time, but it's just a very calculated and very calm application of that aggression here. And Alif, of course, like Amigos, has been on a bit of a back foot since the start of this race here, with Tasbih being stuck behind Dafa Nabil for pretty much the entirety of the first quarter, and then Alif having to take 2 back-to-back pit stops has put them even further back now. But in spite of that, the fact they've managed to climb all the way up to literally 2 positions away from entering the top 10 overall is nothing short of impressive here from Alif Hamilton.
Yeah, and just to look at the rain one more time, it is still coming down, and I just wonder, in the last hour of the race, once the track, if it stops raining and the track dries up, it'll be interesting to see if there's a massive position change and like a change in dynamics within the race, where drivers start to maybe push for inters or slicks even at that point.
And the thing is that with the weather forecast system given here in ACC, drivers will have at least 15 minutes of forward notice about any change in the weather conditions, so that will certainly help them a lot in planning out those strategies. So, as it stands right now, there's no real close battles going on here, though, as I say that Alif is now within a second of Kek Shung, Kevin Powell, who is driving in another Ferrari just ahead of him. So I think Alif may have another pass on the cards here. But yeah, as for the rest of the grid, it's very much about managing their own races here. Letting these long-term strategies play themselves out and hopefully set themselves up for a good position towards the end. As Alif now is getting up and close and personal here with Pao Kik-shung.
Yeah, and as we enter the right and left chicanes, we're just quick to see that Alif is 4 seconds faster than his car in front, as the cars in front of him I believe that is Kek Shung, just slides coming out of the left-hander. They transition into the right here.
Yeah.
Alif is still on that rear end as someone goes off in the Ferrari.
Yeah.
Is that Bobby?
No, I don't think so. That's a LOR Ascent card. Could be Darwin Chia, maybe. I think it is Darwin Chia. So he's also
Darwin Shah having a hard time.
yeah, still having that hard time right now. But at the moment, he's getting front row seats here to the action, as it were, that we were covering, which is Alif now getting a good slipstream off the back of Kek Shung. Let's see if he's going to be able to make the pass this time around. Moves in, tries to get it under braking. We've seen him do this move countless times now, and it seems it's worked once more for Alif as he swoops through the inside, takes a position for Kevin Powell, and he's up into P11.
Yeah, I think that was really smart racing from Kek Shung as well. He fought it a little bit coming into the apex, knew Alif was faster. Alif was ahead at the apex. He didn't try to do anything too crazy running around the outside or anything. He just gave up that position and head down, keep pushing with Alif to catch the guys in front.
Yeah, which is a good call as well because Alif is not racing in the same category as Kek Shung. So right now, Alif is going to be free to continue on his push as Mama Azza is coming out of the pits right now. He's just got passed by Billy Ebenheiser. The Ford now moving back up into the 4th position here. So, well, I mean, lots of great driving from Dafa Nabil early on to put them in this position, and now they're just a cusp away from gaining a podium here. Now it's just going to be up to Billy Ebenheiser to see how quickly can he catch up here to Nabil Aslan, but I got to say, very big gap between him and Nabil Aslan at the moment, 32.7 seconds, so very long time before he's going to be able to catch up. He might hope the last pit stop here for Nabil will be able to put him back into play for a podium.
And just talking about driver changes, our race leader has changed drivers to Moyin.
Yep.
It will be Taufik Moyin in that Aston Martin now as he leads the very large train of cars. And one more time, the eRacing GP has so many drivers racing in this category.
So many from across, from across Southeast Asia.
Across the entire world.
Indeed, it's great, seeing the progress that we had. The eRacing GP first started back during the pandemic, and since then it's only continued to grow and grow. So it's great to see that in 2025 we're still getting huge grids, coming in for both our endurance editions as well as our global editions. So Taufik Moyin in particular has been a long-standing member of the sim racing community here in Malaysia. It's great to see that now he's having a good opportunity to shine very brightly in this race here. So he takes over the reins from Lucas Keys and continues to lap even more cars as we just passed, I think that's Lair from one of the Uncle teams. Or in fact, that could be actually it's actually our leader in the AM class that he just passed. So that's P6 in the overall board here. That just demonstrates to you how much faster both Taufik Moyin and Lucas Keys are compared to the rest of the field, isn't it?
Yeah, and to talk about sim racing one more time, I think it's quite insane how many drivers are now doing sim racing, and because of the reality is racing motorsports in real life is very expensive.
Yeah.
But the reality is the sim racing to real life world has gotten much more, I would say, realistic. As we see, of course, I raced in the same Thailand Super Series with Nakib Aslan this year as well, and he came from the simulator as well. And I think many people racing in the eRacing GP have had ambitions of looking into the real world racing as well.
Yeah, and in fact, like Nakib himself has been quite the trailblazer in that journey, going from sim to reality, because in virtually every new championship that he joins, he literally dominates from the get-go.
Dominates.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So it just goes to show that that's the skill that you pick up from just sim racing, that is so transferable to real life. So that's why, especially here in Malaysia, where we don't have as many, we don't have as big as a motorsport culture, I expect, compared to Thailand. So a lot of new talents these days are literally scouted from sim racing events just like this.
Racing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and exactly. From starting, this is my second year racing cars, of course, in the Thailand Championship. And we used to see a lot of talents come from karting, but now the big hitters that are really fast are from the simulator. And I think, yeah, I completely agree with you. The simulator is so transferable, either skills and also the principles of driving into the real life.
Yeah, so I'm going to be having a swap right now with Des Corkill. He's going to be joining you for the rest of this session. So thanks so much, Bio. Well, hopefully you'll see you in the future. Yeah.
As Pereira just making his way past one of the Lexuses, he curbs both the right and the left very confidently in the Aston Martin. I believe that is the Sri Lankan driver as he moves into the last sector of Imola.
Yeah, Brian Pereira, good to talk to you. Rio, where are you based? You're based in Bangkok at the moment, or where are you talking to us from?
Yeah, based from Bangkok, Thailand. Just commentating from my shed.
All the best. I'm sure it's a high-profile, high-tech shed. Okay, let's get back onto the action, and we are with Adam Hakim at the moment. He is currently 5th place in the gold, and is just trying to close in on Takumi, who's one of the amateur racers. Tell you what, driving in the wet, we haven't seen as many incidents as I thought we would do, but even so, it's very, very challenging just to actually be focused, and you have to concentrate that much more when the conditions are like this to prevent yourself slipping and sliding.
Yeah, exactly. I think in the rain, the key thing is to have calculated risks. You need to move forward, of course, but you need to calculate whether it's... You have to be smart about it, basically. You have to calculate whether, oh, is this too much risk? Is it going to ruin my race? Or is it worth it to go for the move right away? So you've got to be patient, but you've also got to be smart in both endurance racing and in wet conditions.
Well, so far, so good. I think it's been very, very disciplined. But look at that. Kekshung is in the pits. P13 at the moment. Currently in P4 in the silver category as Mokhtar is pushed wide and Naki Baslam pushes through. He's in P3 at the moment. Gosh, there's all kinds of incidents going on. Just as I was saying, everybody was very disciplined. Things can happen in a split second, Rio.
You jinxed it, Des.
Not me, not me. Alif goes through. There's Adib Bahar for Apex Racing Brunei Silver. Car 363. They are the leaders in the overall championship standings. And Adib is currently in P10 in 3rd place, so good points for him. I've enjoyed the work of Glory Babi. I've enjoyed this Austrian racing team. They've been involved in a couple of major incidents, though, and but they've still kept on going, Rio.
Yeah, and talking about teams, there's one team that really catches my eye. If I'm not mistaken, they're called Pepega Wonton something?
Yes. Bacon wonton.
Bacon Wonton.
Yes, there's some pretty exotic names in this eRacing, which is one way to make yourself stand out, actually, because as we're going through the, we're selecting the shots to take, and if something like that is there, you do look for them, particularly if they're involved in incidents all the way. We're involved with...
And also...
Sorry, carry on, Rio.
Yeah, and also just seeing from the last hour with commentating with Gino, one of the drivers were really young and really fast, and that's fascinating to see just how the younger generation are moving all the way into sim racing.
Yeah, it's a kid called Keith Moe who's been doing ERGP since he was 7 or 8 years of age, and he's actually grown, would you believe? In the old days, we could barely see him on the Zoom screen. But he's growing a terrific racer. He, though, is still learning. We saw in his battle with Alif Hamilton, Alif was able to kind of bully Keith. So Keith's still got some growing and learning to do. But you're quite right. We are getting on ERGP races 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is great. And for you as a real racer, it's great to get the endorsements. Hey, that's it's.
And our camera GoPro almost flies off the track.
Fabulous. Hey, there's a lot of damage to that Austrian racing Ferrari.
Yeah, that car has been in the mid-pack, which, of course, both in sim racing and real-life racing is the most dangerous portion of the field where you want to be in, and he's just constantly moving up and down, getting both overtaking and overtaken.
And so much traffic for him to work as well. When you're in real racing, Rio, the back markers, they've got to be disciplined. If the blue flag is raising, the back markers have got to give way
They've got to
instantaneously.
move out the way. They've got to move out the way right away, because racing is very, very dependent on momentum. What I mean by that is you need to keep on moving forward throughout the race. If there's a little bit of a hiccup, it can really set you back throughout the race. And even in a long endurance race like this one, if you keep on being stuck behind, as a fake just goes over the curves and gets sideways there. But what I was saying was you need to really keep on moving forward. And even in endurance racing, if you keep on being stuck behind back markers, let's say you're stuck 10 seconds behind one back marker, it really does add up.
Pino's gone off, sorry, as you were talking. But if you are one of the back markers yourself, you're in a race yourself and you don't want to lose ground. So surely there's a fine line between, hey, I've got to obey instantaneously, or I can get round this next corner before I have to give way. What's your thinking as a racer in that circumstance?
Well, technically, I've never been a back marker, luckily.
Okay.
But definitely running in the front and trying to get through back markers has been quite exciting, to say the least, as you don't really know what they're trying to do.
That's put me in my place. Well done, that man. Okay, Babby in P7 at the moment is putting on some real pressure on Drayden Lair. Team Uncle Avo. These are the amateur leaders in the overall championship, but in danger of losing a place here. They are still leading in this particular race, so it won't affect their championship standings, but a little bit of pride here. And this is one of the circumstances where Babby and the Australian team in the green and gold are really putting pressure on. You can see there the spray being pushed up. That makes life very difficult if you're trying to get ahead and the spray is there, Rio.
Exactly. Even in real life racing, and I think ACC and most of the sims that I've been on have basically replicated the mist coming out of these GT3 cars, which are, would I say, really high downforce for race cars that are closed-wheeled, I would say. So the mist really does affect your vision, even in real life and of course in the simulator. So as the guy in front just goes off and Bobby gets to move forward there.
Yeah, Bobby he's done well. You put pressure on the man in front and they're very conscious of the man who's just behind. Not that you've ever been in that situation, Rio.
I have definitely been pressured down, though.
But the pressure can tell. If you're
Bobby.
looking in your mirror, the pressure can really tell. You take your eye off the tarmac for just a second, it can cost you a lot of time.
Exactly. And definitely a tip for drivers who are starting their racing career. Don't look in your rearview mirror if you know you're going to look behind and you're going to start being nervous, I would say. Just keep moving forward.
Babby was still on board with Australian. He's second in his category, 6th overall. Up at the front, Moynihan. Ooh, tell you what, Moynihan, that lead has come down quite significantly up at the very, very front. Tawfiq Moynihan. Moyin, sorry, too many Moynahans. Moyin. But that lead at one stage was over a minute. He's still lapping well, but lapping at the 149s. But it used to be a minute. Now Luis Moreno's got it down to under 40 seconds.
And you've got a good eye for that, Des. I've just seen the last time I looked at the timing screen, the gap was 1 minute and 8 seconds. Now it's 39 seconds. Muyen has lost 30 seconds to Luis Moreno.
Well, Moreno's a veteran. And we know that he can drive well. And Naki Baslan also closing in as well. He's only 3 seconds down. So with still 90 minutes or so, just under 90 minutes left, there could well be a real problem for Team 711. They had such a huge lead, but it is being eaten into. We didn't see an incident. We didn't see Moyen go off the circuit at any stage. Or were you aware of anything?
No, not really. I think it's all about just getting through the traffic cars at this point. And I just think Moreno has done a better job of moving through the back markers than Moyen at this point. As also from I think 10 laps before, Luis Moreno was bullied off the track,
Yeah.
and he actually had collision with the wall, and now he's up in second place. So good job from him to move his way forward one more time.
Yeah, he's a wily old competitor. He is. And as he comes into the home straight once again, he's got Pereira in front of him. Moreno, the lead has increased back up to 40 seconds. So I'm wondering whether Moyen had a moment and is just recovering. He's got back markers ahead of him as well. But how you deal with the back markers, so many of the back markers as well.
So many of the back markers, yeah, definitely in endurance racing. That, like what I said, you need to keep moving forward, but you also got to calculate whether is it too risky, and you've definitely got to see the body language of the car that you're trying to pass.
And is it just one car at a time that you're looking at? Because we see here Moyen, you look ahead, he's got four cars. Are you trying to get yourself in position?
You've got to look far ahead, not in front of you, but let's say 3 or 4 cars ahead of you to plan every move correctly. You've got to really pace yourself to see what's my raw pace, what can I do at this point of the track, where are some overtaking opportunities in this lap I can do to pass some back markers.
So Tofik has negotiated the first man pretty well. We are on board just to see if there's any hesitancy from the second driver of this car 711, the ARGP team. They are the leaders. They were leading by a long way. The rain is still here. I tell you what, I expected the rain to dissipate maybe after an hour, but this is Imola. It could be here for the full 4 hours, which causes problems of its own kind.
Yeah, I was hoping the rain would start to dry up so we could see some drama and action happen, as drivers rush into the pits for intermediates or slicks. But so far, we've got just downpour at Imola.
Drayden goes
as one of the cars goes off.
Yeah. That's Tanakit.
From my country, from my nation.
Indeed. So it's obviously Laird's fault.
as our producer switched all the way into the front pack. Was that Laird who hit him off? I don't think so, though.
I think it was Drayden Laird, but never mind. It's always somebody else's fault. Mohamed Azza for Apex Racing Brunei. Car 333, gorgeous livery. The old Castrol prominent behind them. You've got...
You don't see a lot of Lexus GT3s and Ford GT3s in the eRacing GP. Ibn Hazer and Azza taking a gamble with these two very, I would say, unique machines in this championship.
But on a circuit like Imola, with the longest straights, they've got that little bit of extra grunt of the Fords, don't they? And they're difficult to get past.
Yeah, exactly. And definitely Ibn Hazer showing that a unique machine like the Mustang is making it into the top 5. So definitely a fierce contender, this one.
Why are you calling it unique? As in difficult to handle?
Not as in difficult to handle, but it's not the popular choice, I would say, compared to the Aston Martins, the Ferraris, and the McLarens.
No, driving pretty well at the moment, Ibn Hauser. We're on board with Adi Baha down in P10, 3rd place in the silver category. Well, looking around, the director, Victor, is searching around for when there's real competition. But there are groups, but it's a lot of back markers. We're looking for some genuine competition. Nabil Aslan, well, he's closing in, and actually he's overtaken Luis Moreno, who's gone into the pits. Right, Lewis, is this going to be a good pit stop?
Oh, just wanting to clarify, what do you mean by a good pit stop in the game? Like, how is it chosen that you have a fast or slow pit stop?
Good question. I suppose in the end it's determined by how quick it is. We saw earlier on the Aslans, Nakib had a really slow pit stop, but they had damage to correct. They had damage to repair. And so that actually cost him 3 places. And he and his brother, or Nabil, has been working back from there ever since. So I suppose it is all down to time, as is every pit stop, but some of the time, you have no way to sort it. Yes, we did see somebody go off the track there, didn't we?
I believe that's another one of my fellow nation men.
Is this you? It's Tanakit again.
Tanakit again.
What are you doing to
Tanakit
this
has
kid?
gone off one more time. Oh, you're not doing a good job representing our nation, mate.
Molana comes in. Andika Rama. Gosh, there's a name for the past. LOR Racing. LOR Racing are 4th in the pro category. We like Andika Rama. He is quick. He is rapid, is Andika.
And track temperatures are still dropping with the rain pouring down. And for sure now, as these drivers put their cars into the pits, they're going to have to raise tire pressures even more.
Lair comes through. Drayden Lair, team Uncle Avo. Babby in the pits. McNeil is in the pits, but he's way down. So Moyen is leading out on the track. Where's Andika? So Andika is 3rd in the pro category. You'll like this racer. If you've not seen Andika, he can do prodigious things on a circuit. A big favourite in
What do you mean
Indonesia.
by that?
Make
What
up
do you
time
mean by
that you can't believe. He is,
Oof.
if he gets the bit between his teeth, he is rapid.
So you're saying he's an alien, basically.
saying he's you, Rio.
Oh. Another, I would say, unique machine at this point is Adib Bahar's R35. And it's I believe it's a 2017 GT3 car. Still fighting it out with the new cars like the 296 Ferrari.
And showing some real pace going up the hill from Bahar. He got ahead of, was that Pereira? He's just overtaken. It was indeed. Admittedly, it's a silver category over one of the amateurs. But Brian Pereira from Philippines, CMSC Lions. Car 888. Lucky for some, but unlucky on this occasion. Down to P9.
Yeah, start to just see there's more dry lines that are starting to appear on track, and you just spot from this angle. It's a really great opportunity to show the viewers as the track just starts to darken. And that's where you really start to have some, I guess, dryness in the tarmac.
Possibly, but then back markers come in. You've got to go off that dry line if the back markers don't shift out the way, and that can cause issues. How do the tires
Totally
respond if you have to go from the dry line onto the wet line?
Definitely, obviously there's less grip, but sometimes if there's standing water, you can get a lot of aquaplaning, and the only way you can go through aquaplaning, I would say, safely is with your steering wheel completely straight, or else you'll drift off into the distance.
Nabil Aslan into the pits. Sorry to cut you off, Rio. This could be a key moment. Nabil in the pits.
Oh, he just emerges through one of our cars into the pits, but Ibn Heiser now moves his way into 2nd position.
Does indeed.
He will try to have his eyes set on Muyin, who's currently 1 minute and 12 seconds faster than a gap from 2nd position.
Well, we've still got 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. Moyen is lapping about a second slower than Ebenhauser, which over a period of time will cost you seconds, but if it's 1 hour and 15 to go, Aslan, ooh, is this another awkward pit stop for Nakib? So Nakib is the man taking his second stint.
One more time. That car seems to be rolling out of the pit lane, but it's not moving.
Gosh, this is the second nightmare pit stop for the Stratos Motorsports team.
Just a quick recap of your top 5. Muyin in 1st position, 1 minute and 14 seconds ahead of Ibn Heiser. 3rd position is Azga, followed by, that would be Muhammad Fikri Azga, followed by Molana, and then Lear in the Ferrari from Team Uncle Evo.
Just if we can head down to Nakib Aslan to see if he's out right. He is. He's back out on the track, but it was another long pit stop for him. He's now in 5th place behind Azza, as you said, and Andika Molana in this category. So Nakib Aslan for his 2nd stint. 60% of the race time available only as Mubarak has a nasty little moment, loses back end, but Aslam looks clean as you like. And Mubarak then...
And Bahar just moves forward. Sorry to cut you off there. Bahar just moves forward from the BMW of, I believe, Muhara?
I think it was Mubarak. There he is. Yeah.
Mubarak, yeah. And Mubarak just having a moment there. That's what happens when it's wet and you just get on one of those rumble strips and there's standing water. So much standing water on the rumble strips. If you just get on it with your back wheel completely sideways, as he loses another position to Pereira.
He certainly does. Baha leads the way. All right then, Tazbeh back for his second stint for Amigos Racing. Gosh, they've got some superstars of this group, but they are struggling in P12 at the moment, and I'm assuming that this will be their last change. Mohamed Tazbeh was the first man out. He had best part of an hour. Alif came and took his place, so Tazbeh is back in the car. I think they're brothers, Alif and Tazbeh.
Alif and Tazbeh?
Yes, yes.
Yes, they are.
Indeed. Both good racers.
And same with the Aslan brothers, both siblings racing in the same car. I wouldn't be able to race with my sibling at all. We would have so much fight.
Does he know?
Hopefully not. Hopefully you're not watching. But I wouldn't want to race with you.
Okay. All right. We'll dig into the psychology of that just a little bit later. But for now, 1 hour and 12 minutes to go. We are on board with Ahmed Nur Isan from Balapan Random Motorsports, one of the amateurs. He is down in 21st at the moment, looking for a top 10 place in the amateur categories. And he's in a battle there with Martin. Ebenhauser in front of them. Ebenhauser will just...
Powers pass. Oh, sideways. Sideways from our camera car there. As Ebenhauser moves his way forward, yeah, just charges through all of the back markers easily.
But you're quite right. He was... I'd love to know that Moyen reason why it went down to 40 seconds, because it did look a little bit scary for Team 711 for a little while, but it's now back up to 114. Plus the problem in the pits for the Aslan team, for the Stratos Motorsport team.
Yeah, and how many does Moyen need to pit one more time and put Lucas back into the car, I believe?
We have had 2 pit stops for Moyen. We've had 2 pit stops only for Motorsports.
Oh, wow.
Stratos.
But three pit stops for Azza, who is in 5th position.
Correct.
So Azza definitely, I'm thinking running more fuel. Just having a higher fuel consumption, pushing more, I believe, for a Muhammad Azza in Apex Racing Brunei. And Azza 39 positions up.
Very cool. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Azza is an absolute legend. 39 positions up from the past 3 hours. So good on them from Apex Racing Brunei in the car number 333.
Well, car number 333, they've had a good season so far. Are they... I'm trying to think, are they top of their silver category? 363 is top of the silver category, so no, it's another of the Apex Racing team. The Bruneians, they've taken ERGP very seriously ever since the early stages. They've been involved and they've improved here. And look at that for a glut of cars coming together, and somehow contact is avoided.
That is a flock of birds as they move down into the downhill right-hander. I believe it's just a few cars trying to get out of the way. And it's a bunch of back markers racing each other too, as we're on the camera with Muhammad Kamal Ali from GSR esports.
He's chasing Gunawan. Silver
I
racer.
believe this is a fight for position.
Yes, it is. This is for P14.
So Gunawa still ahead in the Aston Martin in the car number 147 from JPRT XPEA.
Gunawan able to accelerate away. And so what looked like it would be a battle is no doubt coming in again. Lur comes into the pits. This is the championship leader in the amateur class.
Pereira. Also, I saw on the board there was 19 positions up. I believe Pereira was 19 positions up. So, oh, that was Pereira.
Ah, different.
That was in 16th position. My bad.
It's still not a bad day at the office, though, for Brian Pereira. Up car 888, up 3 positions, so he's into the top 10. He's the leader in his class. As we go back to Kamal Ali, I think Ali and Gunawan are going to have a little bit of a battle. The Ferrari is the car that most seem to favour for this circuit. Would you, if you had the chance to select a car, would it be the Ferrari you're looking at?
Yes, I think if the majority of the field are running Ferraris, it's much better to run Ferraris. Just to see where you would stand in the endurance race, I would say.
Ali goes on the inside of Gunawan and puts pressure on Gunawan and takes that lead, takes that P14, the position you were talking about, Rio.
Yeah, so Gunawan just loses to Muhammad Kamal Ali as he moves his way forward. Gunawan just a little bit pressured there from, I believe, Ali. Just moves offline, and once you're offline in the rain, you're miles off and you're gonna lose a lot of time. So definitely concentration is important for rain racing, as one of the cars behind goes off too. But from when you were commentating with Gino, Des, just seems like now the field has settled quite a bit. There's not much, I would say, chaos happening.
Absolutely. It's why we're chopping and changing to see where the battles are going to come and to see if anyone's making a move. Mohamed Tasbi will be looking to make a move. This has been a strange old day for the Amigos team. Down in P6. Love to know what the problem was for the double pit stop that they needed at the end of the first session of Tasbi. And now it's just
this is still the fight. This is still the fight for P12 now. So it's a two-player co-op fight for 12th position. As side by side goes Thasby with Afiq. Afiq just on the outside. Thasby gonna get the move down the inside, clips the right and the left curb. Beautifully done there from Thasby to move into 12th position.
Textbook from Tasby. He's an experienced campaigner, but he won't be happy with 12th. Neither will the team. 6th in their category. Let's have a look at Kamal Ali, who's given us a lot of fun over the last few laps.
Oh, and Gunawan very deep down the brakes into the left-hander there. We just see him closing at least 2-3 kart lengths from Ali. The Gunawan gonna chase back down Ali from last lap where he lost position. We're gonna see an interesting battle here, I suppose.
Aiden Tan, right. Second time that Team Uncle Evo have had to go into the pits, the championship leaders in the amateur category, and that suggests problems.
So our team here still trying to swap and change camera angles and cars just to see if now another group of cars are packed together. Here is Nur Izan in 20th position from Balapan Random Motorsports. Oh, and they're almost 4 wide coming out of the chicane there.
And somehow the paintwork stays intact.
Yes, as the black Ferrari just gains 3 cars. A net profit of 3 from 2 corners.
And then holds his line. That's nicely done from Ayman Shamin. Apex Racing Brunei Academy A. Shamin.
Oh, Ayman just behind now. From, I believe in front is Nur Izan. Nur Izan will be very happy from that last lap. He moves 4 cars up on track position, but I don't believe that was the fight for position.
I think it was. Nur Izan was in
20th.
19th. So yeah, he's got ahead of Shamin. So that was a battle for fight, a battle for a position. He's up in 19th. Behind them, more problems. Nur Izan is pulling away though in P19.
Yeah, just behind the one of the Aston Martins having a fight with one of the other cars. Side by side action there as they come into the first sector chicane.
Adebayo, P7.
But still, Moyen still extremely fast, and I would love to have a post-race interview to see what they got right in this race, because they're just running, checking away from the rest of the field for eRGP.
And that momentary lapse when they were reduced to 40-second lead, well, yeah, they're getting up to 120, a last lap of 148.3, which is, gosh, it's a full 1.7 seconds faster than anybody else.
Yeah, and the 1 minute 17 second lead from Moyen is... Okay, 1 minute seems long for a person, but in the motorsports world, 1 minute is like 5 hours for human beings. So Moyen is so far ahead from the rest of the field.
But it's racing, and there's an hour still to go. Plenty can go wrong. Well, not that we wish that, but we have seen numerous
here
times
you
things
are,
going
Dex.
wrong.
Dex is jinxing one more time for eRGP.
That's very harsh of you, Rio. Very harsh. Andika
So now
Milana
I'm
still holding
still-
on to P4 as we again go searching for competitive racing. There's some competitive racing. This is Aiden Tan. So they've had that pit stop. Aiden Tan for Team Uncle Evo is back out. There's another youngster you can see in bottom right of your screen communicating with his crew chief.
Yeah, so just for the record, how many team members are allowed in the team for eRacing GP? For example, Team Uncle Evo, they will have 2 drivers and 1 crew chief?
I think so. Some teams have 2, some 3, and we've got as many as 4 drivers, and there's a
Oh,
crew
wow.
chief talking. So
Oh,
that
wow.
impacts that impacts the tactics, the strategy, how many changes, and it also it depends. Some of the amateur teams might have 4, but you can have 1 silver driver. The pro teams, obviously, they're nearly all pro.
I see. And Pereira just gets a 10-second penalty, and I wonder what he did there for Pereira. In 8th position, and that's 10 seconds will drop him, I think... Oh, so he will still be in 8th position with that 10 seconds, unless if it's a stop for 10 seconds and then go. As if so, he's going to be far down the order for the lucky number 888.
Well, he has got time to play with. He's leading his category. He's the lead amateur. If he does have that 10-second penalty, then he'll still be leading. Unless, as you say, it's a stop-go, and that'll make it very, very dicey, because the second place is Guande from in car 121.
And something else very weird to see is Pereira stands in 8th position, but the cars behind are much faster than him. The thing is, I'm not sure if all these drivers know who's fighting for positions and who's not. So I think comms is very essential in this race.
Absolutely. We're back on board with the Australian. So it's the third of the Aussies. This is Slade in P9.
Slade just drops a tire into the gravel out of sector number 1 here. The only golden Ferrari. It reminds me of one of the Gran Turismo movies where there was a golden GT3 racing.
These Aussies, they're very proud of their gold and green. And Kafil Slade, he's on the tail there, Slade, of another back marker. Sorry, I thought he was in a positional battle there. He's not. Back marker needs to get out of the way. Tell you what, these Aussies have had problems. They in the first session, Ellis, if I recall, slammed into a static back marker, and it really did hurt their opportunities. But where Slade goes past quite nicely, and we're going to go for a break very quickly. Before we go, we'll just run through the 3 categories of the race leaders. Rio, it's been great having you on board. Your thoughts, though, on what's going to happen with the AMR V8 Vantage car of car 711? Moyen and Keys, are they good enough to carry on and win it?
If I had to put my money, I think Moyen's going to win. But we'll have to see if the track dries up or not. as we start to see on the top right, maybe it'll start to dry up. And still a good job there from the rest of the cars to try to catch up with Moyen, with second place being Ibn Heiser and third being Azga.
Yeah, the leader in the silver category is Azka and Ramadan. They have been pretty good so far. And the leader in the bronze, Absakera and Pereira, car 888. Rio, it's been great having you on board. Thank you very much for your contribution. Quick thoughts before we go to a break?
Nothing much. Just really proud of what the eRacing GP series has gotten into. You know, so many cars, so many contributions of drivers and crew chiefs, and everybody's so committed to this racing series. And I think I just want to thank everyone involved in making this happen.
Thank you very much, Rio. It's been great having your contribution. Victor will join me after the break, but we're going for a quick word from our sponsors at the moment. Moyen and Keys from car 711. They have the lead by 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
A very warm welcome back. 55 minutes remaining of the fourth race of the endurance season on the eRacing GP. Victor Cax rejoins me, Des Corkill, to talk us through the final hour, where the car 711 is utterly dominant, but there's some good stuff going on. This is the race leader. The lead is up to 1 minute and 25 seconds, Victor. even in endurance, that is just a fabulous distance. Remarkable drive from both drivers.
Again, like PJ Toe Racing is all but like basically won the race at this point. Like it's just now about lasting this next 54 minutes and getting to the checkered flag. And even though the last hour was a little bit dry in terms of like action, pun
Not yes.
intended. But I think there are some like movements already happening on the field here. Nakib Aslan, having rejoined the race now, is starting to get up and close and personal here with Mohammad Azhar. So that could be a potential for him to get up onto P4 here. Still going to be a long way to go before he's going to be able to fight for a podium, unfortunately. Although, as I say that, Asuka is just only coming out of the pits. Let's see if that's going to be affecting the two of them, because it's just coming out of the final quarter.
It's going to be close. That's going to be close.
I think it's going to be quite far off, because Asuka... Oh, wait, no. He's just only pulled in. So, yeah, I think he may be passing them anyway, so shouldn't interrupt this battle any more than it should. And speaking of which as well, like we had a change for the lead when Aiden Tan from Team Uncle Evo 2 had to take a double pit stop. Similar kind of situation maybe with Alif. Also still have no information on what exactly led up to... Whoa, a bit of a slight there from Aslan. What led up to Alif having to take to the pits again. I suspect either a drive-through penalty or maybe some incorrect configuration in the pit lane. Regardless, still a great recovery here. Now that Amigos Racing car is in the hand of Mohammad Tasbi, and he's already been making quite the charge to get up into P10. Now he's already up into P9, so great on them. At the very least, you know, they could still gain some points out of this.
Yeah, let's not forget there is a championship at hand. This is race 4 of 5. There's a drop points round. We'll only know really at the end of today how the athletes are going to go on. We're on board with Tasbi, but P6 would not be what Amigos 44 were thinking of before today's race.
Yeah, there's still the drop rounds rule as well, so they could potentially still take like the best results out of the season and hopefully push that towards the the final round. It's going to be at Spa, a 6-hour race, so it's going to be even longer, you know. So there's still definitely a lot to look forward to even out of this weekend itself. But then as of right now, definitely PJ Toe Racing is pulling an absolute coup here on round number 4. Now in the hands of Taufik Moyen, has recovered remarkably. I think early on we saw the gap was down to like 40 seconds, but that was with another car. Now that Ebenheiser is moved up to P2, that gap's just continued to grow and grow and grow. Incredible drive here for both of them, for both Taufik Moyen as well as Lucas Keys.
Indeed, it has been. And Moyen has got some back markers coming up, but they've negotiated everything beautifully. The rain continues to come down at Imola, but 51 minutes only remain for Moyen to stay out of problems. And it would be a first win of the season for Car 711.
Yes, it is. In fact, like the best position they had actually from the season so far has only been the P3, and that was back in round 1, you know, so it's great. Like this is going to be the first win for them in the season alone, and definitely going to help them in the charge. They're only about, what, 10 points behind Legion of Racers after the 3rd round, so sorry, that's Legion of Racers car number 889, which is coincidentally turning P3, so maybe it'll still be quite a lot of points ahead of them for sure. But I think a race win here is definitely going to raise the spirits. I mean, we saw a lot of laughter and like joy in the face of Lucas throughout the entire first half we was driving. It's just so fun to see.
Andy Karama's looking pretty chilled as well. He always does. I've always liked Andy Karama, a thrilling racer at his very, very best. Here he's in P3, in the Ferrari, the best of the Ferraris. All right, you want to bring us attention to Nakib Aslam?
Indeed, I would, because he was already catching Mohammad Azhar, but still has quite a bit of traffic to negotiate before he's going to be able to bring the battle back to him this time around. But as of right now, the only like close battle as far as I could see inside of the top 5, and it's between these two.
Azhar's gone into the pits. Nakib is now into P4.
Okay, this will be good news. At least a spell with the slipstream, I think he should be able to get past Molino anytime soon, and that will allow him now to continue to charge. to bring the fight to, of all people, Andika himself. 15 seconds is the gap between Nakib Aslan and Andika Maulana now, and I think he has a lot of clear track in front of him. Maybe a bit of traffic before he gets up to where Maulana is, or quite a bit of traffic actually, as Maulana comes out of Tosa. So, well, we'll see. We'll keep track of the progress here from Stratos, who, of course, they are in that championship fight here together with LOR.
Indeed, that will be fascinating to see how it all pans out when you have that drop round. It all could be that this 4 hours is redundant and you drop the points, particularly if you're Mohamed Tazbi and Alif. Right then, Iman Rayan, new... is he taken over in the Lexus?
I believe he has.
He has indeed.
He has taken over, and it's going to be coming out of the pits. Should be coming out ahead of... Oh, wait, no. Should be coming up behind Askar as he speeds past him in the pit lane.
Second stint this for Iman. As Slade, Khalif Slade.
Yeah, he's only coming out just as Slade is past the start-finish line here, so he will stay ahead, stays inside the podium, crucially here for the silver class. So we'll see. I think this possibly could be the last stint already, so Imran Ryan, I think, will likely try to keep this set of tires and whatever fuel he has on board till the checkered flag.
Khalif Slade has got 2.5 seconds to really try to catch up. Imran Ryan, though, is on fresh tires. They might need a couple of corners just to warm up, but actually he's increasing that lead. Oh, no. Tell you what, Slade is not too far away. The first lap after you've changed tires can always be a little bit dicey on new tires.
And especially, like, as Rio has been pointing out in the last hour, the track temperatures have been dropping and dropping. Now it's down to 23 degrees Celsius, so there's another degree already down since the last time I checked it. And yeah, it's just going to make things a lot harder if you're trying to get heat in your tires. So Imran Ryan is going to may have quite the task at hand right now, trying to get the car back into optimal shape before Slade catches him.
Quick shout out to our guest commentators for today, Gino from Philippines and Rio, who called in from Thailand. Great to have different voices talking us through eRGP. It's also good to have outsiders say that eRGP has how it's grown and the contribution it's having in the racing world as well. It's always nice to hear. Here's Aiden Tam. Love to know what problems he had. He's still in a podium and he's chasing a position here. That's Ali from the silver class. I've loved the way that the amateurs are taking the fight to the inverted commas higher classes, and then Aiden Tan is pushed off. Oh, bottom right of your screen, he does not look happy.
No, he does not. That was, I mean, it wasn't quite clear from our camera angle just now who was at fault, but Aiden up until that point was chasing hard against Ali, but now has lost place to a back marker, so he still is keeping himself up in P13, unlucky number 13, but that seemed lucky to get through that nevertheless. But, I mean, the good news for Aiden is that at least they're still on the podium, so this could still potentially net them points. But with Handi Goandi from PAX JPRT already taking the lead, and that's going to certainly allow some of those other teams in the AM class to start to catch up here to Team Uncle Evo.
Abasakera is, what, 1.5 seconds down on Goandi? And this is Abasakera's second stint as well. There's the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right then, Abasakera, I think Goandi's got a lot of work to do here.
Indeed. I think, like, I mean, I'm still not sure. Let me go ahead and check what their pit situation is like right now. Because, oh, they are both in the same phase, basically, on tires right now. 3 pits each. So really, it's just going to be down to how they last out this next 45 minutes here.
Wow. So endurance inevitably comes down to a sprint.
in the last part of it, basically.
Of course. Abasakera. Still, he's got a back marker in front of him who's Molyano.
Yeah. And also Nurnabi as well. Had to really make that dive stick there, but he does pass both of the back markers at once, so now it's just got a clear line of sight here to go on this car.
Round of applause for Nurnabi there. He saw that the danger was on and he pulled out of the racing line, lost a position himself, but is cognizant of what those who are competing for the podium places are really in need of. Good work.
Yeah, very, very much. And again, especially with conditions this treacherous, it's not easy, you know, to make those kind of sudden movements unless you unbalance, unsettle your car. And especially so many cars around, you know, you can just imagine how much tension really there is inside the hot seat.
Abasakera, in your screen, bottom right, looking focused. He's got Goandi in his sights. That is for P1 in the amateur category.
Still a long way away, but he is closing in true braking though. I think next lap we'll probably see a lot more attempts at passing, or maybe even by the time we get through Tosa, or maybe even Aqua Minerale, we'll see how or where exactly Abisakera is going to try to make this move, but he is closing that gap though. A bit of loose there from Goandi. That's opened up the door now for Abisakera to get alongside, but he has to take him around the outside on this next turn. Doesn't quite have the position necessarily to continue challenging Goandi for that position. And still tucked in behind though, coming up to another corner, left-hand turn. I think he's still looking at that outside maneuver there because Gowandi's not giving that space though, but he does come through a little bit wide on the outside over the curbs there at Aqua Minerale, and unfortunately Gowandi is able to pull away.
Well, fortunately for Goandi, he's able to pull away. Just couldn't hold the braking, Abasakera.
Yeah.
Andy Goandi read it well, read it perfectly. That's my racing line, that's my braking period. As we're on board with Aiden Tan on Team Uncle Avo. Aiden is in, as you say, the podium position for the amateurs, but is, well, nearly a minute down on Abasakera and Goandi.
Indeed. So even though even if he does get past Ali here, and again Ali is in the silver class, so they're not necessarily racing for championship here. He's gonna have a long way to go before he catches up to Abisakera anyway. So I mean, I guess if I was in Aiden's shoes, probably wouldn't be so aggressive. But you never know with these racing drivers. You know, for them, as far as they're concerned, he's just another car on track with them.
Absolutely. Aiden Tan though. There's the difficulty that he has. This is Abasakera, got back up on Goandi again. I think this is going to be a battle to really, really follow.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Goandi trying to take a much defensive position here going into Tamburello. Chicane, Abasakera will continue to shadow him throughout. Looks like he has a bit of a better exit out of chicane, though. He's all over Goandi right now, trying to get alongside. Is that going to be enough speed, though, for him to catch him in the next corner? Not quite. Goandi still shuts the door in front of him, still stays ahead. Still stays in good shape, actually, coming out of the exit.
Again, tries to go around the outside. It's not exactly available to do that. Then he accelerates through on the inside. This time, Abasakera has got it on Goandi. Where are we? Right, there's a right-hander coming up. Abasakera, can he hold on? He's got the sharp left coming in, and this time, Durand Abasakera from CMSC Lions team, car 888, has the lucky break, and this time, I think we'll hold on.
Yeah, I think we'll still have to see whether or not Goandi will have an opportunity to pass coming out of Aqua Minerale. Still very, very tight. Indeed, both these cars really want to maximize the grip they can get on the racing line, which is the dry part of the circuit. But that also means there's very little opportunity to pass around there as the car just goes off onto the grass there in the background. But still stays within the other two battlers, though. Abisakera and Goandi still remain locked in.
Excellent, excellent race between those two. And well done, Durand Abasakera. He had an opportunity and went past, but couldn't brake on the previous lap. He made sure it stuck second time, and he's actually pulling away, Victor.
Indeed, 1 whole second now between the two of them. This battle is all but done here. Abisakera is now the leader inside of the AM class. Aiden Tan, the previous leader, is still stuck behind Ali for the longest time now, and more traffic has just appeared in front. Now getting just out of the way there for them to pass through in on Aqua Minerale. But again, neither of these guys are really fighting each other, practically speaking. And with the 50-second gap, I think it's still, I think Aiden Tan pretty much is going to have to settle for a podium finish here today.
That's the most exciting battle going on at the moment. That's in the amateur category. Aiden Tan is, even if he gets the positional lead ahead of Kamal Ali, it won't improve his podium position. This is Mohammed Fikri Azka from Bago Racing, 351, a second in the silver class overall championships. So So Fikri,
So that's Ali going to the pit. So that's yeah. That
after all that.
After all of that, finally, Aiden's going to get some breathing space here. But 50 whole seconds. To be fair to him, there's a lot of clear track. Very little traffic now between him and that's number 669. I think it's Prashta, who's way up ahead of him. So Aiden's going to be able to use this opportunity to hopefully close that gap a little bit. But at this point, still a bit doubtful, but then again, there's still 40 minutes of racing, so we'll see. We'll see how Aiden's going to try to catch up, but as of right now, Abisekera, man, this guy has been so patient throughout this race here, but finally he is up onto the top step here. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep it.
Yeah, I've liked his work. Now he's got traffic to deal with. He hopes he can get snared up. That's Cheer in front of him.
Oh boy, two in the pits here. Taufik Moyen has called it into the lane, as does Ebenheiser at the same time. Whereas Andika Maulana, he was like, what, 1 whole minute? Look at that, he's just only gotten into the first sector here, while Taufik Moyen's still inside the pits.
So Moyen gets out, has a little walk around, takes his raincoat off, washes his hair.
Smokes a pipe, takes a shot or two. Just motor racing things.
And then, having filled up, that'll be, he hopes, the last stop for him. So Moyen makes sure he doesn't get a pit lane penalty.
Yeah. There was actually something that happened in the second hour when it came to Stratos, where Nakib, I think when he was coming into the main straight near the pit exit, he actually aquaplaned a little bit and hit a back marker who was just coming into the pits at the same time. So I don't know if you noticed, like when they came into the pits during the second hour or third hour, there was a lot of damage in his front.
Yes.
That was from literally hitting a back marker, but he aquaplaned into him, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it cost him an awful lot. It was a long pit stop because he came in second and went out in fourth.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately put him on the back foot somewhat, but still on the podium though, still very comfortable in that position, as I could see, because Ebenheiser comes out 34 seconds behind Nakib Aslan, so very much a long shot for him to actually take that position away from these two guys. Taufik Moyen though, no sweat at all, even after the pit stop, still remains 45 seconds ahead of Andika.
Yeah, so Andika holds up. Right, Nakib is good enough to close in. Last lap, 2 seconds quicker, Nakib over Andika Malana.
Indeed, so let's see. 7 seconds is the gap between both Nakib as well as Andika. So it could be this could be like the final phase battle that we'll see amongst the top 3 here potentially.
We'll keep an eye on the next lap times, because if it's another, well, I exaggerated, it was 1.9 seconds, not 2, but if it's another 1.5 seconds coming into the final 25 minutes, those two are going to be really close to each other.
Yeah, speaking of close, looks like Daryl Ung from Team Uncle One's close in now to Shamim. Should be able to get the slipstream off of him, but there's a bit of an uphill section here, an uphill climb as it were, if Daryl is going to try to get past, and in fact, Shamim is not really giving him that much space. From the back here as they come to the chicane, fortunately swings him off the track.
Another protest coming.
And more work for race control. Such is life here over in the over on the track. Shamim rejoins here. Would get passed by a back marker, I expect. Noor Isan is way behind the two of them, 40 seconds. So not at risk of losing his track position here, but definitely some bruised egos there, I expect.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Plenty of incidents to talk about. But that makes the performance from Moen that much more impressive. Car 711.
And not to get Lucas Keys as well. I think Lucas was instrumental for that
Absolutely,
first phase, building up that huge lead. And right now, it's really just a matter of lasting this next 35 minutes in that track position here for Taufik. So very much, I don't think there's any pressure in that sense. Taufik is he's a veteran, in the sim racing community. Lucas Keys, despite his age, is also an incredible driver. And right now, PJ Toe is on the verge here of getting their first win of the season.
Taufik Moyen, eRGP, we will always offer the cautionary tale that there's 34 minutes left. And something in racing, if you don't anticipate it, it'll probably come. Imran Ryan, Apex Racing Brunei, car 333.
And Speaking of anticipation, actually, I was noticing that the weather forecast is slightly changed.
Oh, it is.
The rain is going to let off a little bit. Not enough, I think, to dry out the track completely, but it does mean that should be a little bit more grip for the drivers to play with towards the end of this race. So that could actually make things a lot more tighter, I think, especially for, well, on Iman Ryan right now, because he's within a second of Asuka. That's already dropped down to 0.9, so he is gaining. So let's see if he's going to be able to catch up.
Ryan, 8/10 down on Asuka. Asuka is... Have I got that right? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Yeah. 8/10 down. So this is the battle for the P1. Maximum points.
Maximum points in the silver class, indeed. So they got past Aiden Tan. They actually lapped Aiden, of all people, out of that. But very much continuing on their little battle here. Iman Ryan very much has Asuka's car in his sights as a Lexus versus Aston Martin Vantage. I think both of them are V8s, aren't they? Like the Lexus as well. So yeah, getting confirmation from that from Imran. Again, like I had the pleasure of actually seeing some of these Lexuses in action on track in Sepang just not long ago.
Oh, that GT event. Okay, yeah.
Brilliant, like the sound coming off of them. Also in the TSS as well. I think the Thailand Super Series. Oh, actually they ran mostly Supras in the V8s there. Also incredible machines, even appreciate up close.
Victor going misty-eyed as well, looking at a misty-eyed vision to Iman Ryan. Come back to us, Victor. Come back.
I'm still here. I'm still here, Des. No worries. I'm still very much having my eyes fixed here onto Asuka's car because he seems to be struggling a little bit here, pulling away from Iman Ryan on the exit. So I think Iman very much has this battle with a huge advantage in pace right now as Asuka is struggling and trying to keep him behind. Coming through into the final corners now. Onto the straight, still very close. It's going to be very much a slipstream battle into the first turn.
There's the shots. That's the perfect helicopter cam. Do like that on this particular game. And the chance for Ryan. He's close enough.
Yeah, I mean, he stepped out of the slipstream, gets in on the braking though. I think Asuka actually braked a little bit
too early.
Yeah, way earlier than I expected there. But Iman Ryan was already in a perfect position to cut him, and he does take over the lead now inside of the... well, he's in the... Oh, wait, he's in Pro or is he in Silver? Bit of a difference in the graphics here. I think he could be the one in Pro, maybe. Yeah, 3T3 Racing is actually pro class.
Okay, so he moves up into... Well, he doesn't move up into...
Well, it doesn't move up.
but
yeah, but he is... I mean, he effectively got in the track position. Asuka still remains in the lead for Silver.
Yeah, we've got a slight confusion. The broadcast graphics are correct. Our graphics are incorrect. Our race control graphics.
Yeah, so apologies for that. But nevertheless...
Asuka's not giving this up, though. Still
really.
half a second down.
Not really. It would also explain why Asuka braked a little bit early. Probably in order to give Iman Ryan the right of way, basically, given he's in a faster class.
Traffic coming up, though. It could be a complication for Iman Ryan.
Yeah, very slow and very slow traffic, in fact. And look at how closely Iman Ryan's already catching up there to one of the McLarens. McLaren's moved out of the way there for both him as well. Mama Asuka, there's another piece of traffic ahead. Car number 699, Muliono? Oh wait, no, this is different. 699. But yeah, as it stands right now, these are only two cars that are close by. I think for everyone else, especially for PJ Toe Racing, it's very much going to be about the next half hour now, as the weather forecast has shown us that the rain would stop in 15 minutes.
Hooray! Summertime is here.
Oh boy. Now the thing is, a lot of these guys I expect have already like made their last pit stops. I think Taufik especially, I think he went for a splash and go to make sure they had enough fuel to make it to the end.
But Nakib and Andika, they've still got a pit stop to come.
Yeah, they still have potentially another pit stop to get ahead of
hey,
Taufik,
Nakib is closing in on Andika Malana.
Yeah.
5.4 seconds. It was 7.5. He's made up 2 seconds.
Since the last time, indeed. So he is making the gains that he needs right now, and that couldn't come anytime sooner, especially with the dry weather coming in. These two probably might fight their way into the pits there to get dry tires on.
Absolutely. And the dry tires can make one heck of a difference, but you've got to time it right.
So I mean, with 15 minutes of like the rain stopping, so it's not. It's still going to be cloudy. It's not going to dry up the track dramatically. But the dry line that has been on the track since the very start, I think that will start to dry up a lot more towards the last maybe what 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a shootout.
Huge, yeah. It's going to be a huge advantage if you can get the timing on the tires just right.
Andika Milana, 889 on the Ferrari. We're on board with Naki Baslam as he tries to make progress. He's got past Shamin. He's lapped Shamin, of course. Shamin, 18th overall, one of the amateurs.
Let's see what Andika's situation is like. So he's actually just shadowing behind Tasby's car right now, and they don't really have any traffic, so that could be a bit of bad news for Nakib in that there's nothing really slowing down Malana unless he wants to unlap himself. But for Nakib, yeah, there's no traffic between him and Maulana right now, so it's just really going to be up to him now. This is a very crucial time period here for Nakib Aslan's race.
Goandi's gone into the pits, by the way, in the amateur category. He's in the pits now, and he has lost second
Second place, yeah.
He's lost second place to Aiden Tan.
Yep, so Aiden gets himself back up a place. Still almost a minute down for Abe Sikera, but this could be good news here for Team Uncle Evo, who at one point was leading the race. Another driver just went to the pits here was Kafil Slade, although is that him pitting or is that a drive-through penalty for him? A drive-through penalty.
Drive-through, yeah. Okay.
Drive-through penalty for him, so that drops him way behind Mama Tasbi right now, 17 seconds in fact, and very much far away from the top 3 inside the silver class.
Gosh, they've had a busy old time of the Aussies. Abasekera behind Slade. What happened to Goandi? Because he and Abasekera were right next to each other, and I know there was I know they pitted, but I'm wondering if Goandi has had to double pit.
I don't think so. Well, he does have 4 pits there compared to Abisekera, so there's 1 pit extra for sure. Same as well with Aiden Tan, funny enough. I don't know. It's very hard to say especially when you're on different phases of their race, as it were. So, I suppose like I guess it's just kind of like the way it worked out in the long run when you have all these different pit stops. I mean, the time they spend in the stop is not too hard, or rather not too long compared to the rest of the field. So, I mean, it just could be just the way that their pit strategy played out here for Goandi's team here.
There is Goandi. Right behind him is Nakib Aslam. We'll need to get past him so Nakib in P3. We'll keep an eye on Nakib to see if he is getting closer to Andika Malana.
Already 1 second down since the last time, so yeah, he is getting closer and closer.
Andika is normally so quick. What is going on with Andika? Goandi, was that Goandi into the pits? It was indeed.
Yeah, I think he has to serve a stop-go penalty. 30-second stop-go penalty. Oof, that's gonna be painful, and that's gonna push him out of the podium position for the AM class for sure.
Well, he was chasing Abasekera. He was in a great battle with Abasekera. We saw it. Abasekera is the leader. There he goes.
Uncontested at this point. 1 whole minute ahead of both Aiden Tan and Gowandi. So, just similar to how it is with Taufik Moyen / Lucas Keys, is very much in command of his category.
CMSC Lions, though, for Abasekera, that'll be a first win of the season, I suspect.
For Abasekera, well, I'll double check that.
For CMSC Lions.
CMSC Lions, second win.
Second win. Oops.
They also, oh no, sorry, that's a pole position for them in round 3. They also finished on the podium that round, finished in P2. So yeah, actually, you're correct. It's the first win for them.
That's the problem with having 47 cars on the grid.
Yeah, so much to scroll down and to actually double check and reference, man. But that's kind of like the suffering from success, you know.
No complaints on that. Nakib Aslan, the gap is 3 seconds, 2.8 seconds. Andika Malana is in trouble.
Yeah, he's I mean, to be fair, like the last lap is still more or less on the par with Nakib's time, but I suspect it could be just it's just that tiny margin. Like Nakib Aslan is 0.2 of a second faster on the last lap, but maybe the previous laps have not been that great here for Andika Maulana. Regardless, Nakib's definitely on the chase here, and with the potential for a drier track in the final minutes of this race here, this is going to be a very crucial pass here.
Looking forward to this one. 24 minutes remaining. It's amazing how 4 hours can fly past. So many narratives gone through it. The main narrative, though, has been Moyen and Lucas leading the way from the very start. This is a start-to-finish victory, assuming Moyen is able to hold on for the next 23.5 minutes.
Assuming, yeah, big assumption for sure, but 23 minutes, still a lot of time in between for anything to happen here. And Taufik, I think, could be... Oh, no, he's already cleared that piece of traffic ahead of him, so he's got a nice clear track ahead of him until he meets up with another back marker, so he can probably pull away quite hard. Not so much could be said for Maulana, though, even though he doesn't have a traffic situation, as it were, still is struggling to actually pace himself ahead of Nakib Aslan, who is gradually catching him now, almost dropping under 2 seconds now. You can already see him just coming through the chicane there.
Well, Andika looks a little bit nervous, a little wipe of the nose. That's a sure sign that he's aware that Nakib is closing in.
Almost a double take there, showing the in-game cockpit view as well. Andika is in our PIP at the same time, but yeah, this is what he's looking at right now. A car just in front of him. I think that's Gunawan who's in front. Yes, that is indeed Gunawan who's in front. So hopefully that slipstream is going to allow him to get a little bit less time on this lap here compared to the last. But he's still the gap between him and Nakib still continues to shrink, though. 1.8 seconds now is the gap between him and the Stratos Motorsport car.
Nakib on the chase. That's not something you want to see in your rear view mirror. Somehow that green and black looks a little bit more intimidating.
Looks more black, actually, from the front,
yes.
Considering.
Well, black cars are having a fine old time at this event.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good thing. There is the leader, Taufik Moyen.
The blackest of them all.
I do like that livery.
It's like naked carbon fiber as well, I think, if you have a look from the passenger side. Yeah, I think the hood is like, you can see the carbon fiber pattern right on it, so it's just bare naked out on the track here, flying absolutely throughout the last 3.5 hours. Now with almost 21 minutes remaining here in this race, it's just a matter of time before he'll be able to enjoy that checker flag, but Fat Lady ain't out yet, so can't really rest on your laurels.
Andika, meantime. He was there. Sorry, we're on with Abasakera. That's okay. Abasakera's under pressure from Slade.
Different class, to be fair, but again, the two closest car on track. Although, as I say that, Nakib has already closed up. There's Andika. And there is Nakib, literally a stone's throw away. If this was Mario Kart, Nakib was already trying to find a banana peel somewhere.
I thought Nakib had just darted into the pit lane then. He didn't. It was just very, very close to the pit wall.
Yeah.
But remarkable how he's closed in.
Indeed. I mean, again, this is like a last stint, like charge here. 20 more minutes. Track will still remain very damp, I expect. For foreseeable future, with the forecast continuing to update here. The rain is already let off significantly since the last time around, but there's not much drying going on the track. Still not perfect condition here to swap to the dry tires. But considering how close the race is between Andika as well as Nakib, you know, it could also be like a game of chicken in a way. Right?
Yeah, I'm thinking exactly. Yeah. Are you brave enough, or are you brave enough to trust yourself on the wets? Which you've been driving on for, when was their last pit change? 30 minutes ago?
Not too long ago for the two of them, I think.
Okay, all right. Oh,
yeah.
avoid problems like that.
Yeah, wow.
That's the only thing I can see for any of these front three. Moyen as well.
Yeah, I mean, that again, that's the unpredictability, right? Like, 19 minutes, you're still out on track there. You still got other cars slipping and sliding all over the place. So success is never guaranteed until you see that checkered flag. And pretty much that's something I think Taufik knows just as well as I do, given the many years of sim racing competitions that he's done.
In the silver category, Rayon is leading comfortably from Azka. Ivan Rayon, Apex Racing Brunei. 3-3-3. Apex Racing, one of the...
Oh wait, sorry, that's the pro class.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so it's Asuka. Asuka is the one who is actually leading in the silver class. Apologies.
Of course, yeah, because Ryan, yes, so
Yeah.
our graphic is incorrect and the broadcast graphic is correct. Watch the broadcast output, Des.
Yeah, so yeah, silver class still remains here with Asuka in the lead. Abisakura still in the lead at M class, still getting just getting past a couple of cars to lap them. Nakib Aslan now almost half a second here to Andika. Whoa, this is cutting it very close here, Des.
Now I'm wondering about what's up with Andika. What was the last lap? We don't have the
148, so almost a whole second slower than than Nakib.
but he doesn't look to be in any difficulty. But he is. He just doesn't look it. There he is, bottom right of your screen. Picture-in-picture shot.
I was bringing to mind that because I remember in one of the previous rounds, although I think there was Amigos Racing, like what they had to do towards the end of the race was to do a lot of lift and coast because they were at risk of losing the race from running out of fuel.
Okay.
So maybe that could be something Maulana is managing right now, like just trying to make sure that the car lasts to the end. But unfortunately, that puts him within like the crosshairs of Nakib Aslan right now. Who, look at that, it's literally right up against his back.
Well, this is 7 seconds that have been caught up in the last 5 laps by Nakib Aslan. Andika Rama Maulana is an experienced racer. Oh, and right in the middle. Oh, there's the problem for Andika. A back marker slips and slides, and Nakib Aslan accepts the gift that is given to him and moves to second.
That's a gift if I've ever seen one there for Nakib, because I thought he was going to have to fight Andika the conventional way to be able to get past, but just luck unfortunately favors the bolder of the two drivers right now, and Nakib Aslan has moved up to a second place, overall second place in the pro class.
It could have been so different though, couldn't it? If that car had just rolled an extra 3 meters or so forward, it's Nakib who's in problems.
Yeah, but another hair raiser for sure, given that we've seen time and time again, like we saw what happened with Breno Ellis, remember?
Yes,
in the first hour, getting taken out completely, like outside of his own control. Like a car just so happened to spin in front of them, and he just got caught up in that and lost his position completely.
This is right now, okay. This is a place battle for P14. Daryl Ung is the man just behind the CMSC Team Red driver. And Daryl moves out, has a little look, see if he can get around the outside, and the answer is no.
No, not quite, especially with another car following behind. I think like, oh wait, sorry, that's actually a back marker behind Daryl Ung right now, but he is still very much being very calculative here. You can definitely see that on your screens here. Basically no raindrops going on here. So the track is slowly but surely drying out as we speak, but still plenty of wetness to go around. Maybe not so much standing water, but still not ideal grip yet, I think, for dry tires.
Who was that back marker? Is he unlapping himself?
I think so. I couldn't quite see what car number that is, but yeah, I think that was him unlapping himself from Daryl Ung, so that pretty much put this little battle he had with Ratnyake on the cooler now.
I thought there was an etiquette about such things like that. So, unlapping yourself when 2 of the racers are going for a position. Very weird. Anyway, Andika hasn't given this up, you know.
Yeah, still
6/10 down.
It's actually putting a little bit more speed here, although like the 2 of them had to contend with some traffic. But I think that traffic is also helping Maulana in his quest to keep up with Nakib Aslan. Can't quite see an accurate depiction of what their pace is at this stage, but I can tell you, with 15 minutes remaining, like at this point, like you're either you already have, you still have performance in your tires or you don't. And if that's the case for Andika Maulana, it's going to have a long, very difficult journey here if he wants to regain his track position.
We are inside the final 15 minutes of race 4 of 5 of the eRacing GP Endurance season. We finished the season at Spa, but we've got what could be a fascinating battle for P2, because Andika does not look like he's given this one up. Maybe he was managing his fuel. Maybe he's decided no point managing the fuel if I'm going to lose places.
Yeah, I think he, up until the point where the back marker slid out and affected their battle, I think Andika thought he probably could still manage, like, defending against Naqib Aslan. I mean, we saw lots of really good defensive drives, you know, in this race here.
Yes, we have.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I think Andika was counting on that, actually, to help him keep his P2 position, but because the circumstances has changed here, I think he decided, okay, F it, let's go ahead and try to race Naqib to the end here.
The gap between them is a second, so maybe he's not able to close. Maybe it was just back markers that was holding up Naqib.
Yeah, still on the last lap, he was like 4/10s down for Naqib in spite of that, in spite of traffic. So, yeah, still very much losing out in pace here. So Naqib, I think, should be pretty proud of himself, being able to not only avoid what could potentially be a disastrous end to the race, but has also gained a position and a handsome set of points for him to take home should he find a checkered flag ahead of Andika.
Mulyono is the next one for Naqib Aslan to negotiate. We seem to have seen a lot of Mulyono being involved in back marker situations. For the most part, he's got out the way. 24th position in the BMW. Maybe it's because it's the BMW that I've been looking at. There he is. Josh Mulyono for Bego Racing Division. 699. They're third in the Pro-Am overall, but where is he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11th. Today as he slides!
Oh.
And Naqib and Andika taken out by Mulyono. Oh, Andika Milano, so unfortunate. Not once, but twice. Naqib just avoided the catastrophe. Andika, bottom right of your screen, looks perplexed and bemused. He's not happy, but needs to just get his emotions back under control.
Yeah, oh my god, this is like piling onto him, isn't it?
Oh,
That's just crazy. I mean, again, that's the unpredictability. You know, like, we're still running on track. You still got so many cars. They're still jostling for positions, and you know, Andika is just unlucky in that regard, trying to get
twice,
past.
mate, twice.
Exactly. I mean, it's the probabilities, right? Like, we got so many cars on track and such a narrow track, and the grip condition is also changing as well. So I think that's also another factor that some of the other cars are struggling with at the moment. So you can see how much the track is drying out. There's basically no standing water at the moment, and the racing line itself is all but dry at this point. So, but with 11 minutes remaining here, even if you do take a pit stop, you're still going to be losing what, 20-30 seconds of time. Maybe
you want to make that, yeah.
Maybe you wouldn't want to take that risk there if you're not confident of catching the rest of the pack here on the dry tires.
What I will say about that incident, Naqib Aslan's reactions were sensational. He had to get out the way. It was exactly the same obstacle that got in the way. Naqib managed to avoid. Andika Maulana was just clipped. And that's why you've got a smile of relief from Naqib. Quickly wipes it off his face because there's business to do.
Yeah, still on the clock right now. Still got 10 more minutes here before he can see that checkered flag. And also 10 more minutes to go here for our race leader, Taufik Moyen, who's going to be bringing this one home. What a spectacular effort here for both him and Lucas Keys to not only maintain this lead throughout the race here, but pretty much didn't put a foot wrong throughout the race here, which can't be said of a lot of other drivers on the track.
Do we give trophies out? Because I'm just looking at the trophy cabinet that by Taufik Moyen. There's quite a few already there.
That's from like more than a decade's worth of sim racing, actually, for Taufik Moyen. Who, by the way, like his day job, funny enough, he actually works on an oil rig.
Ah,
And occasionally he will bring his sim rig together, rather his sim wheel together with him, so he can race on his off hours.
good inside knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, Tawfiq, oil be good.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be thrilled if and when he finishes this race here, because this is a fantastic finish for him and his team. And he's gonna be waiting, just counting the minutes as they count down now to the checkered flag. And so far,
83,
car number
83.
711 has remained in that
Blue
lead.
flag, please give way.
So, as we have a look on the rest of the field here, I think Go Andy is now going to try to pass a silver class driver here. So that's the only battle on track, as it were, here in the top 15. Although, as we focus our attention on it, Ian Wong unfortunately took a spill into the gravel, and well, that's 13th place now here for the Red Pack Asia Racing Team driver.
Guandi's done well. Hey, Aiden Tan in the pits.
Aiden Tan in the pits yet again. Very, very perplexing. What exactly is this? Is this because he's...
Is this the drive-through? Nope.
No, there's no penalty for Aiden Tan's car. He's actually pulling into the box as well, so I don't know. Well, could be maybe a last-minute splash and go if like if he's worried that the fuel is not enough to reach the end, you know, or maybe some other kind of issue that he's managing on his part. Doesn't seem to be too stressed, although probably trying to suppress a lot of like emotion on screen right now. Conferring with his crew chief at the moment here. We'll have to see. At the moment, he is very much clear where Goandi is. Goandi still has to come around the whole track here before he can pass Aiden Tan for position, so it's not really at that risk right now. I think it's more about me. I suspect it's more about managing the fuel level to make sure they can make it to the checkered flag.
Aiden Tan safely in, safely out. And still got a healthy lead over Goandi.
And speaking of lead, I think our leader in the silver class is now under pressure as Amirul Naim is somehow caught up to him. 0.2 seconds now between the two of them, and they're approaching the final two corners.
You're right. This is another one that's kind of just emerged like Nakib over Malana in the pro class. Naeem has done superbly well. Amirul Naeem for Apex Racing Brunei. In car 363. They are the leaders in the silver overall championship standings. And this is for first place.
It is for first place here, so ladies and gentlemen, maybe this could be the final battle that we were going to be witnessing here. With 6 minutes remaining, it looks like Amirul Naim has got a good run up from the outside here. Just need to catch it under braking with the dried out track here. Is that going to help him? Not quite. Asuka still stays on that racing line, still has lots of grip going through the chicane, and Amirul Naim loses out in that battle.
A bit of a fishtail from Amirul Naim, but clearly he is looking for the win. There is time left. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And that's what I mean. The endurance race eventually comes down to a sprint at the end.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes of any race is where the real racing begins, in the words of Tengku Jan. So, real racing is going to be happening here for the lead of the silver class in round number 4 if Amirul Naim can successfully regain his momentum here and continue to give the pressure to our current silver class leader, Asuka.
Still on board with Amirul Naim. He's looking focused.
Very much so. And again, like the GTR is a relatively heavy platform. Not the in the right kind of hands, though. It can be a very fast and certainly competitive car, even up against an Aston Martin here on Imola. So, but now I think Amirul Naim is sensing that this could be a huge opportunity right now. So, well, let's see. Full focus in his face right now. 5 more minutes remaining until the checkered flag. He's very much looking forward to actually making this happen.
That's 3.5, 4 laps that he's got. Maybe just try and pick a slot. He just has to get it right once. Maybe work out where are the overtaking positions. Asuka close to the pit wall. Naeem tracks him.
And without the standing water, there's really no reason to not use that track, the full width of the track right now, especially if you're trying to gain a faster line in this section here, trying to take the shortest line possible through the multiple multiple slight curves, as it were, on the main straight. And oh, the traffic situation there is making it hard for Asuka to maintain position. And unfortunately, both of them came a little bit off there with the, I think that's a Ferrari on the inside there trying to stay out of the way, but unfortunately affected this little battle. And unfortunately for Asuka, he loses out that position there to Amir 9.
That's going to be the race. That's going to be the chance of the victory has gone for Asuka. Oh, no. It was Asuka who was put back.
Yeah,
it's Naeem. Naeem's in the win, of course.
Yeah, Naeem is right now leading ahead of Asuka, so it's now up to Asuka if he can catch up. But look at that. Even after having recovered from that little incident, he's already falling 1 second behind.
Oof. I was just looking, Daryl Ung has posted a 1:45.7, so he's got dry tyres on. And the fastest lap for the
entire session so far.
Indeed. That's the difference of the tyres.
That's the difference of the increased grip right now with the less damp conditions. It's now considered greasy on the server here, but that's helping Daryl Ung actually gain well, I'm not sure whether he's even in the points position. Oh, actually, he is in the points position when it comes to AM class.
8th.
So probably will get the bonus for that fastest lap if he could keep it to the end. But right now, trying to negotiate a way past this back marker here, Prashtia in the Ford. Still keeping himself nicely ahead here, but Daryl Ung gets a good run up through the chicane. Couldn't quite maximize the grip out of there, given that the Mustang was in the way. Finally gets out of the way and allows Daryl Ung now clean breathing room to get past. Oh.
He's been there for a while.
It's been there for quite a while.
Changed it.
Yeah. And I think there's another car as well. Aslan, the exact opposite end of the circuit, also stopped on the side there. So I hope it's not because they lost, they ran out of fuel. As we've seen that happen a couple of times actually in the season, funny enough. Gunawando, I think is going to get a good run up here against actually that's a lapped car that he's going to get past. Ratnayake is about half a second ahead of him, but he's really not going to be able to gain that, especially with the other back markers racing him towards that first turn. He is going to be able to cut into the inside though, gets by nice and easy.
Did well, Gunawan.
Yeah, 0.4 seconds now, the gap between him and Ratnayake.
Well, that's worth keeping an eye on. That's a position, and it's for 4th place in the amateur class.
4th place, just outside of the podium here, but should be a nice bit of points to gain here in the final 2 minutes of racing. Still getting yellow flags all around, but that's because there are 2 stopped cars on the side track. That's one of them that we're passing by right now as we continue to focus on this battle between Ratnayake and Gunawan. Gunawan is now doing his best here to get the slipstream off the McLaren. Let's see who's going to be able to make it under braking. Approaching now towards Aqua Minerale. Has to keep it nice and tidy here. Again, with less standing water around, he has a lot more breathing space, as it were, to be a bit more creative in how he wants to play the lines. But so far stays behind Gunawan. 1 minute is coming up. The final minute of racing. Taufik Moyen very comfortable. Now it's just a matter of the checkered flag coming out in time as both of these cars come together. Gunawan as well as Ratnayake. Ratnayake is still spun around though. Cannot quite get himself through because there's so much traffic here. Finally waits for a gap, gets himself back, but by the time he does, Gunawan is 8 seconds away.
Another one for race control, and that would be one where Ratnayake says, this is going to cost me a place.
Never going to financially recover from this.
4th and 5th. Gunawan looks there. Tazbay has just posted the fastest lap, 1:44.5.
That's very interesting. Like, again, not too sure what tires he has on, but wouldn't be surprised. Or maybe I should be surprised. Oh, maybe not so much. I mean, the gaps between him and Slade as well as Abiskera is within 30 seconds. But, yeah, I think he really made use of the fact that he had clear traffic in front. Nevertheless,
clock counts down. Yeah.
Yep, 10 seconds counting down, and it looks like Taufik Moyen is on pace here to see that checkered flag, and that should be coming out right about now. What an amazing race it has been here for BJ Tow Racing. Lucas Keys took the lead at the start. He keeps the lead for Taufik Moyen at the end, and they take the win here in round number 4.
Car 711 from start to finish. They increased their lead in the wet right the way through. A brilliant drive from both of these guys, and it'll be a minute clear of Nakib Aslan,
Yeah.
who's still out there and still has work to do.
Still has halfway to go before he's going to be able to complete his lap. He's already 13 seconds clear of Andika Maulana, who unfortunately finds himself in a squabble of cars here. But pretty much that battle that they had is all done and dusted here. Nakib Aslan is on track to take that checkered flag. Speaking of checkered flag, Amirul Naim has confirmed his win in the silver class. Mama Aska, unfortunately, will have to settle for second place. And Aus team, Slade at the wheel, he's going to be able to come in to make it third place here in the silver class.
Good performance by us team. Really nicely done. And in the bronze, Abasakera will take it for car 888 for CMSC Lions. Really good. We saw the significant moment of that where he went past Gowandi and was able to hold on pretty comfortably. Nakib Aslan has finally finished, as has Andika Rama for P2 and P3 respectively in the pros.
Yeah, that's top three already done here for both the pro and the silver class. I think we're still yet to see Aiden Tan take a checkered flag, which he will do as we speak right now to confirm second place here in the AM class. So there you go. That's the top three. That's checkered flag for all three categories already done here. What a race it's been here, Des.
It was. There was a lot going on there, and in the end, the guy who was on pole position won. And wasn't overtaken. So if you look back like that, not a lot happened. An awful lot happened.
Yeah, it's like the shenanigans, you know. But fastest lap, unfortunately, didn't go to Daryl Ng. That seems to be in the hands of Mohammad Tasbih, who took it towards the end here, 144.5. So that's how much the lap times collapsed by the end of this race here, Des.
Wow. Okay. So, but for Tasbih and the championship leaders, it was not a great day at the office, was it? P6. In fact, is it P7? 1, 2, 3, 4. P5 actually in their category. We'll sort the results out temporarily, but there was a lot of tapping, an awful lot of race control incidents. Wet weather will always give you that, but the racers, for the most part, seem to be disciplined. The back markers, to their credit, one or two moments where the cars were across the whole the width of the track causing problems. But to their credit, I thought the back markers kept their discipline superbly today.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, like certainly the treacherous nature of like this race here didn't help. So therefore, there's some drivers who unfortunately, spun out or otherwise interfered with some of the races. But overall, I think like they're definitely going to be relieved finally have this race finished here, because man, I could only imagine like how challenging it would have been, being a driver in this kind of situation.
Don't consider your driver. It's those at home who are the most interesting. And rain really makes for some fascinating stuff. Not if you're the Australian team, though. They were taken out. And not if you're Andika Rama Malana either. I don't think they'll agree with me, but never mind.
Well, such is the way that it works here in motorsports. Sometimes luck is on your side, sometimes it's not. And in the case of Andika, it was twice.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it's so hard sometimes as a driver to accept that sometimes fate has its own plans in motion.
Anyway, we await the final confirmation. There's a couple of guys still out there. Asker is still out there, still lapping.
Yeah. I think it's only because there's a car that hasn't quite gone back into the pits there, so therefore the server session is still up. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is that's the provisional results, as it were. We will be there'll be a lot of work going on in race control, sorting through all the penalties and tabulating the official results. But safe to say, this has been quite the race we had here on this weekend.
Certainly is. You've been watching the endurance edition of eRacing GP, round 4 of 5. One more cracker to come at Spa-Francorchamps. Look out for that. But from Victor and Des and our guests Rio and Gino, who helped us through the commentary, it's been great fun. It always is. We say goodbye for now. Look out for the results when they're posted.
Indeed. So thank you all for watching here. Make sure you guys stay tuned to our social medias where we'll be posting up the official results and the updated points tally leading up to our final race of the season here. It's going to be at Spa-Francorchamps in virtual Spa-Francorchamps, not the actual Spa, although
That'd be nice.
That'd be
That'd be
really
nice.
nice. That'll be a good change actually. But yeah, it's going to be a 6-hour season finale, so you guys don't want to miss out on that. Make sure you guys also give plenty of love for your favorite racers inside the comments, and we thank you all for joining us on this journey.